Ah. Hello, gang. Welcome to the stream. Give me 1 second. Up. We got echoes. All right, so apologies for the delayed start, everyone. As you guys can see, it seems like we still didn't iron out all of our technical issues. Welcome to the stream. This is the Adrel Show, where 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we look at everything World of Warcraft gold making. What is up, everyone? How's it going? How is Kazalgar treating y'all today? Welcome in, Legendarism. How's it going? I like the emote. What's up? I liked your stream last night as well, by the way. It was cool hanging out. Glad I finally got to hear your voice as well. All right, give me 1 second. I'm realizing that I think my camera's a little bit too zoomed in. So let's just try and fix that a little bit. And we'll try and minimize how many I was gonna say we'll minimize as many technical issues as we have on this stream, but let's be honest, despite my best attempts, it never seems to actually end up working out, so I won't commit to something that I probably can't deliver on. What's up? How's everybody doing? We have been making a decent bit of gold the past couple of days. I haven't been playing all that much, to be honest, just because I've still been a little sick, if I'm being honest. But despite that, I mean, of course, we had reset yesterday, which is always great for gold making, right? Sold a bunch of enchants, sold a bunch of like spell threads and missives and all the different things that we sell, right? It's not a spark week, so not as crazy demand as we had last week or as we expect to have this next week, rather. But that aside, I've actually been spending a bunch of time on crafting orders. Which, I mean, all of Dragonflight, I hated crafting orders. I just did not think that they were a good way of making gold. But honestly, seeing the margins being what they are in the War Within so far, it's increasingly appealing to me. I think there's some really good gold to be made in crafting orders. I think a lot of people are sleeping on them. And if you checked out my previous stream where we went deep on the craft scan add-on, that's actually been what's been making me a bunch of gold. Ooh, we have something else popping up. Let's see here. Okay, we can do that one. We can do this one. And if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, basically, there's an add-on called Craft Scan. I know my interface is kind of chaotic right now. Let's try and hide some of this mess, because I'm definitely not using a lot of these weak auras and things that we have up on screen. I don't need all the things. In fact, I should probably disable all the things. We've got our chore tracker. We'll keep that up. I can hide this one. I've updated all my weak auras. And so as a result, a bunch of things that were not showing up previously are now on screen. But okay, I think we're looking good. I think that's a little bit tidier, at least a little bit less chaotic. What's up, Golden? Welcome in. How's it going? Craft Scan? Yep, Craft Scan. It's this add-on right here. So basically what it does is it monitors your chat log. Like, it monitors trade chat for you and flags any crafting orders that any of your characters can do. Now, our vertical viewers can't fully see it because I can't move this window, and none of the add-ons that I have that allow me to move windows is going to help me do that. But we've covered it on stream before. I was supposed to edit down the video of when we talked about it on stream, because I did a whole walkthrough of the entire add-on, like all the settings, how I have it set up, all of that fun stuff. But I've just been slacking on editing. And I'm going to blame it on the allergies and being unwell, right? So you guys don't get to bully me too much. I promised that I would have the video done by the end of the week, and we're still only on Wednesday. So I still have a couple more days to keep to that promise. Chore Tracker. Yeah, so basically this is just an add-on version of Tama's weak aura, basically. But I actually quite like it because of the fact that A, it's a lot easier to collapse. It's a lot, I mean, you do the entire menu through like the add-on interface, and it's a lot easier to customize just using the actual menus as opposed to having to go through the weak aura menus, which can sometimes get a little bit painful. Also, I like that you can just quickly hide it as well, so it helps keep things a little tidy. Looks great. Must be a Genju WoW add-on, craft scan. I don't think so actually, because the design language seems a little bit different. I do want to give the dev of this a shout out though, because it's a great add-on. I don't know why I wasn't using this before. I was hoping they'd have something in their little release notes here that would tell me who the creator is. I suppose I could look that up real quick. Should probably also drop. Oh, I also forgot to set up a chat bot for the add-ons, because I know everyone keeps asking for links. Steven05. Yeah, so this is the add-on here. Steven, Stevin, which is an interesting way of spelling Steven. I don't think I've seen that before. Anyway, great add-on. Basically, you scan your professions on all of your different characters, and then it will just monitor trade chat, and it will pop up any recipes that any of your characters know. And then you can basically set up different greetings based off of what the item is, which profession it is, if it's on an alt. And then all you need to do is click on the person who's asking for the thing, and it'll message them your greeting. You can also save other messages, you know, if you have, explanations for specific items, or, you know, details or whatever. What's up, Abdullah Al-Hayani? Yes, what's up? I can't hear you. I can read you though. How's it going? Joining us on TikTok, I see. Welcome in, everyone. I see we have a couple viewers on Twitch. We've got some people on YouTube. We got some people on TikTok. We've got things everywhere. What's up, Abdullah? How's it going? Are you playing WoW? If so, how are you enjoying the war within? Are you making a bunch of gold, or are you not making gold and that's why you're here to try and figure out how to make gold? What's my favorite class? Monk by far. Yeah, I main a monk, and I used the remix event to level up characters from all of the different classes. And all that really did was remind me that I only really enjoy playing monk. I don't mind Death Knight. Hunters and warlocks will always have a special spot in my heart, just because that's what I used to play in vanilla. What else? Death Knights I don't mind. Mage I'm starting to get a little bit better at. Yeah, I think that's more or less it, right? Is there any other classes that I'm missing that I like to play? Paladin also I played a bit in vanilla. Well, more than like Wrath, I want to say. Yeah, I think Paladins I played more in Wrath. Oh, you play Classic. Good stuff. Are you interested in gold making in Classic as well, or do you just like actually play the game and don't do the nerdy stuff that I do, like just trying to farm as much gold as humanly possible? Oh, look at that. Two more potential crafting orders. Classic gold making is a lot of fun. Are you playing classic like kata, or classic like vanilla classic, like old school? Because classic kata is amazing for gold making, especially if you want to buy tokens. It's not even close. Okay, vanilla. Damn, old school. I do love playing classic. I love that it exists as a product. The only thing is, like, outside of like Season of Discovery, I think Season of Discovery is the only form of like vanilla classic that I've had that I've actually put a decent amount of time into, because it was kind of fun. Whereas with the other ones, I mean, I have the same issue that I had when I was playing original vanilla, right? Sorry, give me 1 second. Oh, gotta do customer service. This is the only downside of trying to stream while doing crafting orders as well. Sorry, I was saying Season of Discovery is probably the version of Classic outs. Well, Wrath / Kata Classic is the version of Classic that I probably played the most. Followed closely by Season of Discovery. But yeah, just straight up vanilla Classic. I mean, it's the same issue I had back when I was playing vanilla, where it just takes so long to level that I end up getting bored and like distracted and like either leveling alts or whatever else. I had a little bit of fun with hardcore, mainly because I was trying to figure out how to make gold in hardcore, and I thought that the economy would be crazy. And I like the idea that it would be the only version of WoW in which like level 5 and level 10 items would stay profitable throughout, because people keep resetting, right? Okay, let's see here. You made a warrior a few weeks ago. It's level 20. Yeah, so I mean that's sort of what I mean, right? Like the fact that it takes a couple weeks to get to level 22 is just like is just more grindy than I'm willing to do. I mean, to be fair, I play a lot of WoW these days as well. So in terms of raw hours, I'm probably I could probably swing classic. The thing is like I'm just not willing to put in that much time for like one character. You know what I mean? Like I'll do it for my main. Don't get me wrong. I would do that for my main, but yeah, I don't know. I have my classic Andy phases, but I end up just coming back to what do you call it? To retail at some point or the other. Okay, so for today's stream, we have a couple of different like segments that we're gonna do. We're gonna go through Auctionator in the hopes that I will actually edit a video out of that, because I think Auctionator is the easiest and like most valuable single add-on. If you had to just pick one add-on for gold making in actually any version of the game, Abdullah, even for classic, I think by a long shot, if you had to pick one add-on for gold making World of Warcraft, it should be Auctionator, just because it's the simplest and easiest to set up and gives you the most bang for your buck. So we'll cover that. We'll then spend some time on the crafting order builds. So like I said, I've been spending a lot more time focusing on crafting orders because I think there is actually a decent bit of gold to be made there. And I mean, once you have everything set up, it's basically just profits, right? Like there's very little in the way of costs for crafting orders. So it's a nice little thing to throw on top of what you're doing anyway. Even if you're bulk producing, most likely that character has something or the other that they can craft at a decent level without really having to do much of anything else. So all you have to do is check this little craft scan window every couple of minutes, and a couple of minutes or every like 10 to 15 minutes, and you can make a bit of extra gold that way, right? We will then, as promised on Monday's stream, we will then spend some time on Alchemy. I haven't spent nearly enough time. Well, I wouldn't say I haven't spent enough time on it. I've spent more than enough time, more than enough gold on it. But Alchemy, I still don't have any build that I can like recommend to you guys. So I want to do that. We'll do that live on stream. We'll set up a brand new we'll set up two brand new alchemists. One of them I want to play around with potion crafting, and the other one we'll actually sort out a concentration build. And then if we have more time at the end of the stream, we will spend some time on some delves. And related to that, we'll take a look at my Great Vault here again in a second, just because it's cursed. I don't know why Blizzard is doing this to me. Abdullah, yeah, I do like retail more than classic, by and large, I think. Oh, okay. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you so much for joining the stream and for chatting. I don't get too many TikTok chatters, so I always appreciate when someone's chatting on TikTok. Have a great day ahead, and hopefully you join us later on in the stream, or otherwise Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays. It's at about this time. We start like an hour before this, and we go for about 4 hours. So hopefully I see you back, Abdullah. Best of luck out there. Enjoy Classic. Classic it's I wish I had the time. I wish I had the time. If time wasn't a thing, I would definitely spend a lot more time playing Classic as well. Dude, customers, like, the only thing with crafting orders is that customers are, like, so impatient. It's ridiculous how quickly they expect you to, like, get on with their order. And, like, I mean, I get it, right? Because they're just waiting around for their item. But come on, man. All right, let's see if we can do this guy's crafting order, because I'm not going to lie, I have been telling people I can do the crafting orders, even though I don't quite have all the knowledge points where they need to be just yet. Okay, you know what? Since we're going into this, let's. All right, we'll start off with this earlier. We're just gonna spend all of our knowledge points, and we're gonna max out rings, amulets. My original plan was that I thought maybe I would go into the shaping tree, right? And then we do crafting reagents or something like that. But I quickly realized that since this guy had already spec'd into jewelry crafting for the profession accessories, it made more sense to just spend points into rings and amulets. and then do crafting orders for that instead, because this is my main and I do spend a lot of time. Like if I'm spending AFK logged in time, there's a very good chance that it's just going to be this character that's logged on. So I may as well, you know, do some crafting orders here and there. All right, what do we think? Should we actually wait until we actually min-max things, or should we just use up concentration and take the 10k that we're getting right now? Because let's be honest, it may take us a little while to actually get anywhere meaningful with it. I suppose I can use one of these unraveled instructions and just take the hit to my margins, right, to save the concentration, because that's probably worth it. All right, we need the ingenuity potion, and we need those concentration concentrate finishing reagents. And basically, so we spent all the knowledge points. I need to get profession equipment, which means I need to farm some more artisans acuity. And I need to actually level up jewel crafting. I haven't done that yet on my main, which just sort of highlights the problem that I've said in the past that I have with the current iteration of the profession system, where it's you just, unfortunately, you can't focus on more than one profession on any character with any meaningful level of proficiency in them, which is really, really sucky. I had Blizzard given us profession specific artisans acuity like I wished for, this wouldn't be an issue, right? I could min-max my jewel crafting and my enchanting. Now there may be smaller like things that I would have to pick between the two for, right? But by and large, I could have easily used both the profession slots on this character. The fact that they didn't do that means that I basically have a second profession slot, but it's kind of useless simply because of the fact that there's never going to be a situation in which I can give an adequate amount of importance to both of my professions. Hey, Bipolar Taco. I don't know why that's the second time I've mispronounced your name, so I'm terribly sorry. What's up, Bipolar Taco? Welcome back. You're late? No, we're just getting started. We're literally just getting started. If you've watched any of my streams, you know that like the first like half an hour to an hour, I'm kind of just figuring out what the heck is going on. And then that's when we hopefully get to some level of proficiency. Not going to hype myself up too far here, but okay, so what we're doing is we're doing work orders, just like literally customer work orders, not even the patron work orders. And the reason we're doing that is because, as I'm sure a lot of y'all have noticed, the margins have kind of started to shrink a little bit, right? On a lot of the bulk crafted stuff. And so I didn't really do too many crafting orders in Dragonflight, and so far in the War Within, just in the past week, we've made about 250,000 gold off of crafting orders, which is not too bad, right? This is just on one account. The other account is probably another 50,000 gold or something like that. So, I mean, we're sitting at like 300,000 gold in a week from crafting orders. And the thing I like about crafting orders is that if you're set up fairly decently, there's not really any costs to fulfilling a lot of these orders. It takes a bit of effort in doing and min-maxing to get to that point, but for a lot of these characters, what I was saying earlier on in the stream is that I set them up for bulk crafting, and in doing that, it turns out they have the knowledge points to fulfill a lot of these crafting orders pretty decently, especially the profession equipment. I feel like that's been my biggest earner, is just been engineering profession equipment, and I set that dude up just to craft profession equipment for my alts. So the fact that I can make a bit of extra gold over the top just by selling some of those crafting orders is kind of a nice little bonus source of profits, right? I mean, in any business, right, you need an even split. Well, you need some sort of a split between basically high margin, low volume items, right, and low margin, high volume items. Theoretically, you don't necessarily need that in WoW, because it's not like you need to justify things to investors or anything like that, but you kind of want that balance, right? And I think I approach the WoW business in a similar sort of manner, where I want to have a bunch of items that I'm crafting at low margins that I know I can just sell a whole bunch of, But then also items that give me a lot of profit, but I'm not able to scale or like reliably sell as many of, right? And that's just the way that you make the most gold or the most money or whatever it is by balancing those two things out. And so, yeah, that's been my approach so far. And it's been working out decently enough, I feel like, right? We're making a little bit of gold. All right, we've got a bunch of customers in chat. And I mean, basically the game changer for that has just literally been, in all honesty, getting this add-on called Craft Scan, which has just been amazing to find customers for it, and makes it actually worth doing, right? Because if I was just try and sit here advertising in trade chat all day, it's gonna go nowhere, right? You barely get any crafting orders, certainly not enough to justify the time investment. But if you're doing it with Craft Scan, where the customers are kind of just coming to you, and then you're just, it's a whisper or two back and forth, it's pretty easy to get in a decent amount of crafting orders. Just hit 80 last night, so you're excited to start some crafting. Oh heck yeah! Congrats on 80. Congrats on 80. How'd you enjoy the leveling up process? I thought it was kind of janky that the campaign storyline really only got you to, like, what is it, 75, 76 maybe, and then Blizzard's just kind of like, well, good luck finding your way to 80. I mean, there's plenty of content, I think, between delves and with dungeons and with quest lines and this, that, and the other. There's a lot of different ways to do it, and I kind of get why they did it that way, but it just seemed kind of janky that, like, well, we'll help you get to like level 75, and then you're kind of on your own. It's good luck out there. Definitely I feel like that's a change from previous expansions, right? I think Dragonflight had a little bit of that, but I don't think to the same degree that the War Within did. All right, I think we said we are going to use concentration for this guy, mainly because of the fact that we'll get the first craft bonus, but that I don't care as much about. What I care more about is the fact that this should give us another 3 skill points. And the main thing that we're trying to do right now is just skill up our jewel crafting. And so if we can make gold while doing that, then I think we should. All right, so my profit margin on this is like 5,000 or 6,000 gold. I try to be nice about actually like leaving messages to my customers. Okay, did we proc Ingenuity? I don't think we did we? Goldson, if you're still here, is there a good way to see if we procced Ingenuity? Because I know you can see it like in this window here, but very often I close out of this before I realize it, and I don't think Craft Sim picks up the Ingenuity procs, right? Is it literally just monitoring my concentration bar just the best way to figure out whether or not I procced Ingenuity on something? Because I suppose that may just be the case. All right, we're playing on off-peak hours, and this is what I'm saying. Like, I think one of the other reasons I didn't really mess too much with crafting orders was just because I was like, oh, I'm never online. Well, I'm not supposed to be online during peak hours for my server, and so I was like, oh, I'm probably not going to make much gold with him. But actually, since downloading the Craft Scan add-on, I've seen that there's actually a good bit of demand, even when there aren't a bunch of people online, simply because of the fact that because there's fewer there's fewer players online, but that also means that there's fewer crafters online, and so as a result, it's easier to get a lot more customers, and so I think it kind of may balance out that way. In either case, I mean, I think having an add-on like this will help you a lot with that. Oh, sorry, Bipolar Taco. Let me catch up on chat. I've just been busy crafting orders for customers for gold. All right, let me catch up here. Question: when you have a minute, I would like to craft some gear for my pally with blacksmithing. If I spend points in armor, does that mean I can't make weapons, or is it just that I'm better at armor? Oh, it's just that you're better at armor. You eventually, right, as the expansion goes on, you'll be able to make everything on one character at max rank. As an example, I mean, I can show you my Dragonflight build, right? So if we come back to Dragonflight jewel crafting, this dude, I don't remember what we originally specialized in, but you can see here that I literally have every single node maxed out, right? So eventually you'll be able to craft everything on one character. It's just you have to make those decisions for now. But again, I mean, this guy I was just saying earlier on stream that I focused him primarily on profession equipment, right? So the first 70 points he got, we put 40 into jewelry crafting and then 30 into artisan's accessories, which meant that he could craft the rank 5. What am I doing here? All right, I'm getting confused by my own messages. Which meant that basically he was mainly his main focus was just on crafting professional equipment. The thing is, this is my main, and so gradually I've picked up more knowledge points along the way. And so I figured, okay, since I already have the 40 points in jewel crafting here, I may as well just double down into this jewelry crafting tree and then go into rings and then into amulets, right? And now is the stage at which he has 12 knowledge points. We'll be getting a bunch more today from the different weekly things, at which point now I'll start branching him out into something else. And most likely that'll be something that I can use my concentration on outside of crafting orders, because I'm using concentration for crafting orders right now, but very soon I won't need to do that. And at which point I can then use the concentration for something that I can wing on the auction house and just make a little bit of extra gold with, right? All right. I liked it, have not played retail since beginning of Shadowlands, and yeah, I did a lot of side stuff at first, so I was 78 when I finished, and then did World Quest and got to Tier 5 Delve, and that did it for me. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that's the thing, right? Leveling up through Delves is a good call anyway, because you're going to need to unlock them at some point or the other. The only thing is the scaling is kind of janky post level 75, which is also what's kind of weird, right? Like, is that the early levels of the expansion are the easiest to level in, but you're also the most OP for it, right? They're the easiest to level in because you're doing the campaign storyline, and so you're just questing and things like that. But you hit like a truck, right? The scaling's super broken. If you did any meaningful type of content, either in Dragonflight or during the launch event, right? You probably are going to smash most mobs until about like level 75, right? And then post 75 is when scaling gets kind of janky, which is kind of annoying because that's when Blizzard's asking you to make your own way and like do delves or whatever. And so I do kind of wish that the scaling was a bit smoother, which I think it was like during early access, and then they kind of nerfed it before main launch, which was also kind of messed up with them in all honesty. You do most of your shopping in the off peak before work or right before bed. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea. You're planning on decking them out with crafted gear to start off. Yeah, I mean, if you have the gold for it, then you can get a full set. I mean, you can literally get eye level 590 in every single slot crafted just by doing the crest crafted gear. Although I do wonder, yeah, I think the Weathered Harbinger crest cap is more than enough for you to be able to craft crests for every single slot. But I mean, yeah, you can fill in your gaps with that and then gradually work forward from there. And that should be, eye level 590 is more than enough to smash tier 8 delves, I feel like. Even on Bountiful, and that'll give you then the, the champion gear, right? Which is not 603. And then you can upgrade that with crests, and that'll also give you a 610 piece in your vault. So yeah, gearing is really, really simple. Not simple, but really, really casual friendly. And I don't know if that's because that's genuinely the case, or because this is the first expansion in which I've actually been able to do endgame content, or like being able to do and actually bothered to do, right? Because in previous expansions, I've never been a raider. I've never been like a mythic dungeoneer, right? Never been a PvP Andy, right? Never really engaged with any of those endgame systems as such. Like, I think literally the last time I tried at a challenge mode was literally like back in Legion, or not a challenge mode, like a Mythic Plus or whatever, was maybe back in Legion, right? And that kind of thing. Whereas this time around, just because delves I can do solo and I can kind of have fun with them, I've been doing a bunch of delves and I'm really, really enjoying it. I'm actually enjoying, you know what I mean, trying to solo the delves. Oh, and I don't know if I mentioned it on stream. Well, no, I couldn't have, right? Was it Monday's stream that we did Zekvir? No, I think on Friday's stream we did Zekvir with C-Tax from chat. And so we two-manned that, and I think he low-key kind of carried me a bit, if we're being completely honest here. But actually, yesterday, was it yesterday before reset or on Monday? No, not on Monday. So it was probably yesterday before reset or Monday after stream. I managed to solo Zekvir on question mark difficulty, and yeah, it was fun. You know what I mean? Like it's fun being able to challenge yourself and actually getting rewarded for it. Oh, we didn't finish looking at my vault. I'll show you guys that in a second because it's freaking cursed. But anyways, let's complete this poor fellow's crafting order. But yeah, this is what I'm saying, right? Like very quickly, you will be able to get to the point. I mean, on this guy as well, right? Just a second ago, I was using concentration on most of these crafting orders. Right now, this guy's paying me 15,000 gold in commission, and all I need to do is use one of these items that cost me 4 or 5,000 gold, right? And this dude doesn't have a single piece of blue profession equipment. I'm not even full skill on jewel crafting, and I have all green profession tools. And despite that, I'm making 10 grand off of this crafting order, right? 10 grand in profit, let alone if we proc resourcefulness on something, which is kind of lit. And also, this will give me another 3 skill points, which will make it so that I can probably start using cheaper versions of these, right? Yeah, I mean, literally right after this craft, I'll be able to start using the 10 skill items, which instead of 5 grand, those cost like 750, maybe a grand if it's if things are expensive. Boom. 10 grand. And literally all we did was like reply to a whisper and then yeah, hit that little craft button. This is what I'm saying, right? Like it's I'm kind of kicking myself for not having done more crafting orders in so far this expansion. And Threads of the Woven Dawn. I think we messaged this person already. Missteps. All right, we gotta hop characters. Oof. Okay. We have a crafting order on Torkago and we have a crafting order on Dyrez. I know both of these characters have at least one crafting order. So we'll see here. We'll see how we're going. Okay, we're logged in. This dude has an inscription tool, I think, crafting order. And again, I'm literally also reducing my addressable audience simply because of the fact that I'm whispering everyone that I need a 15,000 gold commission. If you're willing to accept lower commissions, you can probably make even more gold, in all honesty, just because you'll get more customers, right? Oh, damn it. I think the person who sent us the crafting order for this dude already canceled it. And that will happen. It's unfortunate, but hey, you can't win them all. The other thing I really like about the craft scan add-on is that it actually also tells you which items are being looked for the most. So it has this nice little analytics window here, and basically here you can see which items are the most in demand on your server. So I'll move this over so our vertical viewers can see this as well. But basically on my server, which is Illidan North America, it looks like the #1 item that people are searching for is the Vagabond's Bounding Baton, right? I don't have any scribes that can craft that. And so that's what I'm probably going to need to do, right? I'm probably going to set up a character that specializes just in crafting the Vagabond's Bounding Baton, because totally we've seen 104 requests for it in the past like week, which is an average of 23 per day, right? And at its peak, there's 16 orders for these being sold or being requested per hour, which is wild, right? If I can guarantee these at rank 5 and I charge a 10K commission on each of those, what does it matter? Yeah, that's 160,000 gold in commissions. Lit, because that's literally just one item. So yeah, so that's one of the things I want to set up. I think also this one, the Everforged Van Braces, it looks like a lot of people are buying blacksmithing bracers, I guess. I guess a lot of plate wearers are getting the, what do you call it? The plate bracers crafted. And so again, that's about 14 per hour? That's another 140,000 gold per hour right there. Right. And again, there's one-time setup costs, but in a lot of cases, you will pay off the cost of getting to that point in terms of leveling up the profession and like doing your patron crafting orders and whatever other nonsense you have to do to get to that point. You can very easily get done simply by, oh no, my chat log is glitching out on me here. It is annoying when you whisper someone and then they've just gone offline. Yeah, but basically, in a couple of crafting orders, you can probably pay off the cost of leveling that character to that skill level to be able to craft those at whatever eye level is needed, and then it's all profits after that. So I mean, this dude again, his specialization was primarily into hats and into robes, and the reason for that wasn't to craft actual hats or robes, it was to craft the profession equipment. And I quickly realized, using CraftScan's handy little tracker here, that the #1 in-demand item for tailoring was the consecrated cloak, and that I only needed about another 20 points into cloaks in order to be able to guarantee rank 5 on those. And so that's what we did, and we've already made a good amount of gold with those. We have another order right here for 15 grand, right? And I feel like I'm missing something, because why are we not guaranteeing the craft on this? Why is it saying so much concentration? Looks like it's saying that we need about 20 more skill. And he's using all rank 3 mats except for this one. Now we could be a little annoying and... Oh, we may have to be a little more annoying. All right, we don't want to be crafting orders on this character, on this guy. What are we doing here? I suppose I could use up one of these items, but I don't know if it's worth 15 grand. Probably, right? Well, I mean, I'm just thinking the item that gives you 20 skill is worth like 10. Dude, what happened to the prices on these? They're down to 2,500? Yeah, that's lit. I've been budgeting like 5,000 for them. Dude, that's sick. Yo. All right, wait, where can we get more skill to guarantee max rank on this? I think basically the other profession equipment, and I don't have enough artisan's acuity for that. So that's kind of a no-go. But I wonder if we just whisper this dude and ask him to use slightly better materials. Because basically my choice is either I use up... We're doing one of two things here, right? Either we're using up that item that we have, that this one, right? The Artisan's Consortium Seal of Approval, which will give us 40 skill. Bosh, done. Bob's your uncle, right? Or we ask them to give us better mats, or we use concentration. And I don't want to use concentration unless I absolutely have to. So... Oh, damn it, they're offline too. Do we just take the fat commission? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Bipolar Taco. Yeah, the delves are awesome. They're short, but still fun, and I don't have to worry about fan appeal. Exactly, man. That's what I love about it. That's what I love about it, is I don't have to... in this massively multiplayer online game, I don't have to worry about socializing. I can just kind of suck at it all to my lonesome. I think we're also going to do an energy drink today. I'm realizing why why so many streamers are sponsored by energy drink companies, because definitely keeps me from fading like midstream. You know what I mean? I think we're doing okay on energy levels for today, but so far at least. But every little bit helps, right? All right, that said, I think we are going to take a quick little break here because we've been going for like an hour. So we'll take a quick little break and then we'll come back and get into the thick of things. We need to do our guide for Auctionator. We started going through the crafting order builds a little bit, I guess, but I want to look at some of the other ones as well for some of the other professions. And yeah. Probably a good idea for me to throw to break if I'm saying that we're gonna go to break instead of just having the camera on and writing things in my notebook. You don't mind socializing, but sometimes it's good to not have to. Exactly. I mean, look, if I wanted to run delves in a group, I could do that, or I could run dungeons, or I could do whatever, right? Like you still have that option, but having a solo option is definitely really nice, especially for someone like me who plays on off-peak hours. Not having to worry about finding a group or filling a group or like dealing with people kicking and whatever. Or heck, my wife, as many times as I've explained to her that like I'm at a boss or there's like some giant boss on my screen, she does not understand the fact that you can't pause a live online game. And so in Delves, it's kind of nice being able to just like pause, like actually take a second, do whatever she's asking me to do or reply to her and then get back to it without anyone yelling at me for being AFK. All right, that said, let's take a quick little break and we will come back and continue with what we're doing, I guess. It's a little bit more anticlimactic than I planned, but hey, what are you going to do? All right, see you guys in a few. All right, and we are back. Welcome back, everyone. How's it going? Oh, probably a couple other admin-y type things that are worth mentioning is we have a bunch of new. We have well, not a bunch. We have a couple more. We have a couple new emotes. All right, we've got me giving the thumbs up. Right, that's kind of fun, right? We have the gold bags, right? Money bags. We've got. Is this one not working? We have a like make it rain emote that's supposed to be animated, but I don't think, not sure if it's working or not. Doesn't look like it's working if we're being honest here. You just spent about 20K for blacksmith leveling mats. Yeah, that's not too bad to be honest. Blacksmithing is not that expensive relative to the other professions. Because something like inscription or alchemy, you're probably gonna spend. I mean, I know I've spent up to like 100 grand and still not max things out. Like some of them are stupidly expensive. Engineering can be pretty pricey as well. So 20K for blacksmithing is not too bad. Are you going weapon spec or Alright, give me 1 second. Don't make the item and cancel it. That way I can upgrade without crest. I mean, so what I would say is, are you trying to bulk craft something, or are you trying to? Ooh, it's a juicy one. Are you trying to bulk craft things, or are you trying to do crafting orders? I would say honestly, like the crafting orders are fun. Don't get me wrong, right? I'm not trying to talk you out of that, but honestly, it's not. The gold isn't that great. Consecrated cloak. Can we use up concentration on this? I suppose we can if we absolutely needed to. The only question is it a better call to use up the concentration, or to just use up the other item that we have that will just guarantee. Screw it, let's just use up this. If I'm not using it this far, I can get another one at some point or the other. Sorry, I will get back to your question in just a second here, Taco. Yeah, I think I'm screwed. I think I'm just going to do this. 15 win is not too bad, right? Can't really complain too much about that. Okay, so what I would recommend is for gold making, well, with blacksmithing, there's a couple different ways you can go, right? One of the things that I know a lot of other content creators have been talking about is alloy crafting. And I'm a bit skeptical about that, primarily because of the fact that there's so many content creators talking about it, right? And generally, in my experience, in WoW, the second it hits YouTube is like when, like the second any market hits YouTube, there's a good to fair chance that it's already too late, and there's not going to be much else. Hey, Scope Killer with the raid, thank you so much. How's it going? We played a fun little game of a fun little mini game of GeoGuessr on Scope Killer's stream earlier, and I'm proud to say that I got there eventually. Massive raid. Yeah, dude. Any viewers is a massive raid as far as I'm concerned. Thank you. How did the rest of your stream go? Did I miss anything fun? We're just doing crafting orders, and so far, I think we've already made like, yeah, dude, we made 120 from earlier in the stream. We made is that number right? That can't be right. Hold up. Okay, this is last month. Let's see, last week. 1 second. Now I'm confused. All right, we made about 60,000 gold in crafting orders in the past hour that we've been streaming. And that's semi-AFK and me mainly talking to chat more than actively actually doing as many crafting orders as I should have been doing. But yeah, we still have a bunch. We still have a handful more crafting orders that we need to do on a bunch of these different characters. All right, I think I need to log over to my blacksmith because I think he has a crafting order. Someone's calling me. All right. But yeah, we've been setting up. We also spent some time going over setting up my main with jewel crafting, to be able to do those crafting orders, and we're able to get like 10, 12 grand in profits from each of those crafting orders with green profession equipment, which is a crazier thing to me. Because jewel crafting on my main, who's entirely focused on enchanting, right, spent all of their artisan's acuity on the enchanting tools, on the enchanting knowledge points. I didn't think there was really a lot of gold that I would be making with jewel crafting outside of like maybe a concentration build. But I've honestly, I'm not doing the concentration builds much at my own peril. I don't recommend anyone else do the same. But I mean, if you just take a look, almost all my characters are probably either capped or very close to capped on concentration. Yeah, here we go. Check this out. This is one account. Everyone has max concentration. Not good. Not good. And this is my main account, and you'll see the exact same thing here as well. That like I don't know. I'm not finding concentration builds that exciting, and so I'm just not doing it. Right. This is my main account. And you can see again, mainly capped on concentration. Which is not a good thing, by the way. I'm not saying that anyone should do this. Use your concentration. Don't be like me. All right, it's actively costing you gold to be as dumb as I am. And I would certainly not recommend doing as I do. As always, do as I say, not as I do, and you will make way more gold than I'm making. And I'm making a decent bit of gold, so you can hopefully take my word on that. But yeah, I mean, so as a result, I've just really not been doing concentration builds. And so on my main, I was able to figure out how to make that work despite the fact that we weren't using concentration builds. Or, sorry, what am I saying? I was able to make it work with green profession equipment where we're crafting those rings, and there's a lot of demand for those because I guess a lot of people are having their rings or their necks crafted. And so during off-peak hours, at least so far, I've been making a decent bit of gold with that. You ended up doing alchemy cooldowns. Good call. I ended up making some decent gold too. Did blacksmithing, enchanting, and alchemy crafting orders and concentration crafts. Made about 50 to 60k. Not bad, not bad. All right, let's see here. What does this person need? They need a blacksmith to recraft dagger. Yep, I can't do weapons. Profession equipment. I'm your guy. Right, yeah, we're fully maxed out in profession equipment, and then we're going into Everburning Forge just to get some more secondary stats, really. Gotta run? Alright, fair enough. Time to sleep. Have an amazing stream. Wait, hold up, Scope Killer. I have to ask, because we figured out earlier, I don't know if you want me to say the country that you said you were from. I'm guessing you don't live there, though, right? I'm guessing you probably live in a North American or, like, oceanic time zone. Ah, okay, yeah, you live in Australia. Okay, that makes a lot more sense because I was like, it's the country you're from is west of me, so it's earlier there. Like, did I finally find someone who has a more messed up sleep cycle than I do? But anyways, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I need to get better. The problem is, like, when I end my stream, I'm like so exhausted that I keep forgetting to like raid someone else at the end. So I need to take I need to take some notes from you about remembering to do that because, yeah, I love receiving raids and I need to be better about paying that forward. But thanks again, Scope Killer. Have a great evening or night, I guess, if you're going straight to sleep. Yep, afternoon time in the Netherlands, I'm guessing. Okay, so question becomes: Do we spend our knowledge points on? Do we spend our knowledge points on making Everburning Forge better? Probably, right? I think for this dude, there's not much else to do. It's 8 a.m. for you, Bipolar Taco. Team NA. Team NA. All right, so sorry, we were talking about, you were asking about blacksmithing, right? This is probably the perfect time for me to explain it since I'm on my blacksmith. There's a couple of different ways you can go with blacksmithing. If you want to do bulk production of something, I would say look at, honestly, the easiest and probably the best of both worlds. I would say go into means of production. I would go 10 points into means of production because this is exactly what I did, and I've made a good chunk of gold with blacksmithing, both from crafting orders and from slinging things on the auction house. So what I would recommend you do, Bipolar Taco, is like basically go 10 points into means of production, right? Then go 10 points into tools of the trade, and then pick either trade tools or trade accessories. And your goal is going to be to max out both of those because that's what it was for me as well. I'll do you one better. I'll even tell you which one you should do first. And I think because one of them has more items that you can craft, right? That's an accessory. That's an accessory. That's an accessory. So we're at three accessories. Okay, never mind. Go tools first. So I would go into trade tools first, max out this tree. All right, once you've maxed out trade tools, then come back, finish off tools of the trade, then finish off means of production. All right, the next thing you're going to want to do is then finally get to trade accessories and max out this tree. All right, after which any points you get goes into Everburning Forge, right? You may need to, I would say, unlock Everburning Forge earlier on just because this is how you'll get to 100 skill. And then what you're going to want to start off doing, like the easiest way to make a bunch of gold super quick, super easy, just off of the auction house, is going to be crafting all of this green profession equipment, right? The profession equipment, the profession tools. All right, some of them, like the leatherworkers tool set, I mean, depends on how much gold you're willing to risk, because these do require null stones, which means that the crafting costs on these and the profit margins aren't as good, which is the other reason I would go with, well, no, because I guess both of the leatherworker ones are kind of expensive. But I would go with tools first. And basically these items just cost you, especially once you're fully, at 100 blacksmithing skill and you've got those trees maxed out, will cost you 1 core alloy, which should be like 200 or 300 gold a piece, right? Earlier on, you may not have enough skill and you may need to use rank 2 core alloys, but again, that's about a 50 gold difference, right? Not a huge difference there. I would go heavy into this. I would start off by crafting a whole bunch of these. Now, the server I play on, Illidan North America, is one of the most heavily populated servers in the world. And so profit margins are generally, for like server-specific items, a little bit lower than they should be on most other servers. But I'll come to why that isn't really a problem in a second. And despite that, right, on just this proficient blacksmith's hammer, I can make a 557% profit or a 1,500 gold profit, right? And these do sell. I know that because I've sold a whole bunch of them myself. Right, I don't think Trade Skill Master is showing me the number here because it's Trade Skill Master is just a little janky with how it shows stuff. Yeah, but I would craft a bunch of these, list them on your auction house, and they will sell. Right. If you want to really get fancy, you can probably try and pick up some cheap missives and craft them with multi-craft or with resourcefulness, because those will generally sell for a little bit more gold. And sell a little bit quicker than the ones that have, say, crafting speed or ingenuity on them. But yeah, I would just craft all of this professional equipment. The ones that sell particularly well are definitely... Oh, sorry, I got to do a captcha for TikTok. Let's get that out of the way. Nope. All right, there we go. Yeah, the ones that sell particularly well are definitely the gathering ones, right? The proficient sickle and which is the herbalism tool, and the proficient pickaxe, which is the mining tool, also do really, really well for me. And so I would definitely recommend crafting a bunch of those. Those will sell. Sorry, 1 second. All right. Yeah, so these tools sell particularly well. The skinning knife as well. Although I think the skinning knife, check profits on your server. And yeah, so simplest, easiest thing to do is just do that. All right. After that, I would craft a couple more of these and start creating allied race characters on other servers. I'm not sure about the specific economics of Turalion, but if you check out my stream, I think it was the last stream, right? Was it on Monday's stream? It may not have been on Monday's stream. It was on last Friday's stream. I do a complete deep dive on cross-realm selling, and that's where you're going to make real big gold. Because what you'll be able to do is you'll craft all of them on your home server and then sell them on a whole bunch of different servers at, in some cases, stupid margins, right? Some of these items I've sold for 5, 10, 15, 20K even on lesser populated servers. Now, you're not going to sell like 200 of them, right? But even if you sell one of those, I mean, you're making 19,500 gold in profit, right? You do 10 of those a month and there's your token right there. So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, the Spark Notes is basically create an allied race. Alt, you'll start right in Orgrimmar if you're playing Horde. I'm sure Alliance has another allied race that's probably goated for it, but I'm partial to what are the little fox dudes? I can never remember their goddamn names. Volpera, there we go. Thank you, Bipolar Taka. That was driving me wild. Yeah, the Volpera start right in Orgrimmar, and they start right next to like what I describe as the goat spot for auction housing. And yeah, all you'll have to do is you'll pull the items out of your war bank, and yeah, post them up on the auction house. Super quick, super easy. Shouldn't take you more than like maybe 5 minutes a day. You could even post them for 48 hours, and then you only have to check those characters every 2 days. And you will get sales off of those. You won't have to do anything crazy like cancel scanning, under scanning. At least, look, you can do it if you want. If you really want to push it, or if you're low on capital, then it may make sense to do that. I don't bother doing that, and I've still been making decent amounts of gold. If we do some mailbox opening later, we may check out the other servers, but yeah, I'll very often log on to the servers and have 50,000, 100,000 gold just lying in my mailbox, and that's, I would say my crafting cost for all those items is probably like 50 to 60,000 gold, so it's like 120,000 gold in profit, 120, 160, whatever it is, 1,000 gold in profit every day really, if I was on top of posting my stuff. So that's a great little side hustle. But once you do that, I mean, that's the starting point. After that, I would then continue to level up your blacksmithing, right? Download something like CraftScan, and then now you can also do these blue profession equipment, right? And as we can see, did I complete this guy's order? I still haven't done this dude's order. Should probably stop holding his order hostage here. He hasn't messaged me yet, so I don't think they picked up on it. Anyway, yeah, and then you can start doing crafting orders like this, where your crafting cost is going to be... One second. What was I thinking about here? Okay, whether I do have enough artisan security to make myself another piece of profession equipment, right? Which would make that cheaper for me. All right, let's maybe do that real quick. What do I need? The toolbox? Yeah, all right, we'll do the artisan blacksmith's toolbox. Oh, and it's a first craft bonus too. Not bad, not bad. Realistically though, I don't want to spend too much on this. I'm just gonna use concentration. We'll do it cheap, and then we'll use concentration. I feel like that's the move. 508. 598. Why isn't it optimizing? Is this... Okay. So, I think if we do this... Oh, it still needs more concentration. Okay, so I guess Craftsman is actually optimizing for it. We can pay that off. 3 grand, 4 grand. We can easily pay that off just by doing another crafting order or two. The question is whether or not we want to use up our 4060, 3904. All right, so the framework probably not going to be worth it. But we can easily pay for this just with that one crafting order. And the resourcefulness will eventually pay for itself anyway. Okay, so I think we're going to craft this piece of professional equipment for ourselves. And then we're going to actually complete that poor fellow's crafting order. But yeah, so basically after that, yeah, you get the best of both worlds. You're gonna have items that you can stick on the auction house and that you know will sell, right? That you can also use to participate in the cross-realm trading. And then you'll also be able to do crafting orders on your home server if you want. And am I missing anything else? I think that's more or less it, right? After that, you'll go into, yeah, Ever-Burning Ignition and take it from there. What's up, Mark Omley? Am I saying that right? On YouTube vertical chat. What's up? How's it going? I'm so sorry. I just saw your message. How do you get from 70 to 100 blacksmithing? Honestly, if you specialize into something, you'll have more items that will give you skill ups, and so then you may be tied to crafting orders. But the absolute simplest way is just doing the Ever-Burning Ignition. Right, it does use up some artisan's acuity, but it's pretty cheap. It's about 269 gold in other mats. And so 70 to 100, the absolute easiest, simplest way. It takes some time. If you fully maxed out Ever-Burning Ignition, it should take about 3 days at most. But basically, you'll come into Ever-Burning Forge, and right as you learn this tree itself, you'll unlock the recipe for Ever-Burning Ignition, and then you just craft one of these. I think to begin with, it's basically you get one charge every 2 hours, and I think you start off with like 3 charges. So early on, you'll have to probably hop onto this character every 3 hours to not waste any charges. But if you start putting points into Ever-Burning Ignition, eventually you'll get to the point that you have 10 charges, and yeah, so that's the move. The blacksmithing is super trivial to level up to 100 skill this time around. And it's also one of the cheaper professions to get to 100 skill. So hopefully that helps. But I mean, let me know in chat if that's helpful. Thanks again thanks for watching. Well, thank you everyone who's watching live, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that this stream. Thank you to everyone who's watching live. I see we have a bunch of people on Twitch, a couple people on YouTube. We got some people on TikTok. We got people on all the things. So thank you to everyone everywhere for all the things. You just started a few minutes ago and you're at 46. So yeah, super easy, super fast. Yep. Yeah, blacksmithing is one of the definitely the less painful ones to get set up. And that's why one of the things I want to do is set up a blacksmithing armor dude and a blacksmithing weaponsmith. I think my main focus is going to be on not professional, PvP equipment, I guess. All right, we said we were going to craft the profession equipment for ourselves and then use that to craft profession equipment for the crafting order. Blacksmith's toolbox is what we needed to do. We tried to cheap out. It didn't really work out, so we may as well just go ahead and bite the bullet, right? Spend the 4 grand, move on with our lives. Craft Q. 600 concentration. Painful, but what are you going to do? I'm wondering if I'm forgetting anything. Am I about to do something dumb? Probably, but it is what it is, right? All right, let's go pick up the mats for our own profession equipment, and then do we have the blacksmithing order quest? Nope, but we'll get that done in a second here, and so then we'll be good to go. All right, what do we need here? We need alloys and ring and deep ingots. I'm already sitting on some rank 3 alloys. Dude, this is what I do is I either buy too many mats or I have resourcefulness give me back mats. And so I'm always sitting on a bunch of like rank 3 materials that I forget that these characters have. I mean, I'm sitting on null stones, right? The price on these has probably dropped since I bought them. Yep, they have, because you can see I bought these when they were at an average cost of 4,850, and they're now worth 4,275. So yeah, just by having them in my bags, they've lost value, but it is what it is. It evens out, right? But I need to be better at inventory management. I think probably the move is just sticking all of your mats into the war bank and using that as like a central repository for all of your characters. I'm not in the habit of doing that. Dude, the engineering and the blacksmithing tables will never not annoy me. And I also don't think that there's going to be anything that Blizzard's going to do to change that. And so this is probably going to be a problem for me for the rest of the expansion. And I just need to make my peace with it, and we'll be okay. We'll hang in here. All right, and we said we're using concentration on this. Oh, I need concentration concentrate. Do I have anything on this dude? Nope, I do not. So we gotta head back to the auction house, don't we? The hell is going wrong here? Inscription public crafting orders are so janky. There's always like a million crafting orders up for these treatises, but no one wants to actually like tip anything decent at all. I mean, I guess the resourcefulness procs on the Boundless Ciphers is kind of sweet, but even then, not really enough to justify doing it in any scalable manner, right? Okay. I said we needed to go pick up some concentration concentrate. Let's go do that. I wish I had a Brutosaur. Said every gold maker ever. Concentration. Oh, and we should probably grab an ingenuity potion as well, right? We don't have one yet. You're looking for one right now? Wait, you're looking for a treatise crafter? All right, and we needed the file of concentrated ingenuity. I think we'll just do the rank 1s, to be honest with you. I'm too cheap to spend on the rank 2s. Oh, the AH mount? Yeah. I think we all are. I think that's the problem. I'm not going to lie. I kind of thought that having that was one of the reasons why I wanted to have an alt army. Was so that I could try and what do you call it? Get myself the auction house mount. But realistically, I play enough hours that I could probably, if I really wanted to, if I really like dedicated the time, I could probably actually get one for myself at some point. I just don't know if I know that much. You got to find the new spot where people hang out. No, dude, they used to be 5 million. I wish they still were 5 million. No, but they removed them at the end of Battle for Azeroth, which was kind of dumb because I really don't get why they did that. I mean, they've given their justifications and whatever. It's not that, well, yeah, I both don't get why they did that, and I refuse to accept why they claim they did it, which was, I think they said that they wanted people to like actually be at the auction houses, and so that's why they didn't want to have any more of them coming to the market, which is kind of a bullshit excuse, right? If we're being honest, that doesn't, I don't buy it. I don't believe them when they say that. But yeah, so they removed it at the end of Battle for Azeroth, and now you can only get it off the black market auction house, which means you need to basically camp like every single auction house on the market. And in doing that, you would also need to sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to do too many things at once. This is basically the problem here. But yeah, it was definitely one of the best gold sinks that World of Warcraft has ever had, and I don't get why they like. Sure, put it back at like 10 million gold, make it 20 million. Heck, make it 20 million gold if you want. I mean, I'd rather they didn't. I don't know why. Anytime I try and like come up with fixes, I come up with things that I'm like, why am I giving Blizzard ideas of ways to make these things more painful? I just don't think they should do the FOMO thing as much ever. Like, is there anyone who is asking for it? Who's like, is there anyone out there who has? I mean, I'm sure there's a non-zero number of people who have the Brutosaur, and they're like, well, I got mine, so I don't want anyone else to get it. But guess what? Those people kind of suck. I'm not afraid to say it. They kind of suck. Like, if you got the item, how does it impact you if someone else has the same mount as you? If they had to do the exact same thing or something a little bit harder. And so if Blizzard was to put it back on the vendor for 10 million gold, everyone who got it back in BFA paid 5 million gold for it, right? That's their reward. They got the exact same amount. Or they do something like they just put a different recolor of it up, on a vendor for 10 million gold, right? It's just janky that I can see the case maybe. I don't like it when they do it for cosmetics, where they give you FOMO on cosmetics. But for something as impactful as like having a portable auction house wherever you go, it's really broken that they don't have any way for you to get that today. It's unfairly punishing, I feel like. Anytime they try to force socialization, it fails. Yeah, I mean, it's not like they have a great track record with it anyway, because I think weirdly enough, I think they thought that maybe people would hang out in a city like Oribos, and obviously no one freaking did that because Oribos was complete trash. And they didn't stick an auction house in there anyway, so I really don't know what the thinking was. You're grabbing the Harvest Golem transmog? Good stuff, good stuff. People are loving that. All right, I needed a tempered framework for the increased resourcefulness, but I'm also kind of lazy because we've just run back and forth from the auction house like 3 times. So we're going to go ahead and craft this for this dude. We have our ever-burning forge up, which means we have a bit more resourcefulness than we would otherwise. 204 resourcefulness. Jeez, okay, yeah, that's nice. That is nice. Hopefully we proc on the Iron Claw alloys. Oh, dude, we saved 2 iron. Oh, wow. That was a fat commission. We got 12,350 in commissions. Plus we saved plus we also got another 5,000 gold worth of rank 3 Iron Claw alloys. Plus we got a Ring and Deep's ingot, which is like 84 more gold. And the first craft bonus. Overall, W crafting order. Dude, that was sick. Oh, now I'm gonna have to chase that high. I love that they've just basically they've changed crafting in Dragonflight and in the War Within into basically just being a giant casino game, right? Because whatever you're crafting, so much of the time you're just chasing the dopamine hit that you will get if you proc multi-craft or if you proc resourcefulness. What's up, Massa Louie? Sup, cuz? How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. We are making a bunch of gold off of crafting orders today, which is not something I thought I would ever say, because honestly, Dragonflight soured me on crafting orders a whole bunch. But the add-on craft scan has really changed that around for me, because we've made just a lot of gold, made like 300,000 gold in the past week. Since getting the add-on last Monday, I guess. Can you send mail cross-realm? You can between your own characters. You just type in the name -the realm. But it's kind of janky, to be honest. If you can stick it in the Warbank, that's probably the safer bet. Because they're weird with it. They're super weird with it. I don't know why. I don't know why they can't like fix it, but they're weird with it. All right, we're back to aimlessly flying around Dornagal, which isn't necessarily what we want to be doing right now. What we want to do instead is, dude, this guy logs in like every 5 minutes, every like 15 minutes, He's logging in, posting a message in chat. I whisper him, telling him I can craft it for him. And then he logs off again. You just made some tempered frameworks? Good stuff. Yeah, I need to. So I mean, that's another build I need to put together as well. I think. Where do we learn tempered frameworks from? I think it's this tree, right? Because I do have a blacksmith that's specialized in crafting weapon stones. They fixed the tree. It was kind of broken. All right, let's hop onto that, dude. And actually, yeah, that's a good point. Let's craft some weapon stones, because that is another great little side gold maker for my blacksmithing. But that dude's build is kind of jank anyway, because I basically just slapped blacksmithing on him, thinking that we'll see what we can do with it, and then he specializes in basically doing like profession tool stones and finishing reagents for tailoring. So he's a completely like secondary crafter. But here's the thing: he sold over $1 million gold worth of tailoring finishing reagents, which means it wasn't that dumb of a move. All right, because I don't think anyone thinks of finishing reagents as being a market that you can make $1 million gold with. But I haven't even been crafting on him that much, and he's made $1 million gold selling finishing reagents at a profit margin of anywhere from 45% to up to like 300%. So that's what, like 800,000 gold in profit. Yeah, here, see, he just sold another 123 of these polishing cloths for 33,000 gold, and my crafting cost is probably like 5,000 gold on that. What's up, Firehead? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? BZT75, welcome in. What's up? How's it going? I'm not quite sure what Wesh means, but but Wesh to you too, I guess. I don't know. Hopefully it's not something offensive. 1 mil sounds good. It sounds good to you. Yep, Bipolar Taco, for sure. I Chat has corrected me, because very often I'll be like, well, I could have made more if I spent more time on it and stuff like that. And to me, that is kind of the way I think about it, right? Like, if I actually spent the time to actually craft on that dude, that would have been like 5 million gold. I get distracted, I get bored, and so like I'll figure out a great little gold maker, and then I'll just move on to the next thing instead of actually getting as much gold out of whatever the thing is. Which is, again, not the thing to do. But we were talking about profession equipment, right? So this is my guy who just sells profession equipment. And you can see here, since Monday's stream, he sold 170,000 gold worth of profession equipment on just on Illidan. Let alone, what I've sold on other servers and things like that. And so, yeah, the numbers get wacky with the profession equipment, and people are constantly buying them, especially because now everyone's setting up their alts, and a lot of them are never going to get anything better than green profession equipment, because you don't really need it, right? And so that'll be a market that continues throughout the entire expansion. And with each new patch as well, people will be rolling alts and doing things like that. So, yeah, good amount of gold to be made there. Master Louis, your engineering plan failed. I thought I could make serrated cogwheel rank 3 with rank 2 materials, but apparently Craftsim lied to you, or you messed up somewhere because you're missing too much skill that can't be gotten anywhere else. Oh yeah, you got to be careful with the rank 3 crafts, because there's very few. I'm choosing my words carefully here, but I'm fairly certain that's the case. There's very few things that you can craft at rank 3 without using at least some rank 3 materials. Now, the more skill you get, if you are fully maxed out on skill, you'll probably be able to use some rank 2 materials, but there's very few things that you can use all rank 2 materials and craft at rank 3 without concentration. Music's getting lit. YouTube and TikTok viewers, in case you're not aware, the music is only on Twitch. But what's up, Firehead? How's it going? Are you making gold? Did you try out any of the things we talked about on stream the other day? Did they work? Hopefully they did. But okay, I'm just gonna post real quick on this dude, and then we'll go into some other blacksmithing builds. Because I think with this week's reset, we should have enough knowledge points, hopefully, to be able to start doing the combat crafting stones as well, or weapon stones. Because I kind of took advantage, let's say, of the fact that Blizzard had messed something up in blacksmithing. And I'll explain what in just a second. But basically one of the knowledge point trees was kind of broken, where I think they basically linked one of the combat like weapon stones to the wrong talent tree. And so the profession tool stone tree, all right, let me, instead of being as vague as I am right now, because I feel like that just sounds kind of sketch. Oh God, dude, I wish there was an easier way to like hide things in Craft Sim. Because it's a godsend of an add-on. Don't get me wrong. I will never say a bad word against Craft Sim, but certainly trying to do things on stream, I think it gets a little bit confusing with how many windows we have up. Dude, while we're posting these items, let me bring this back for our vertical viewers. We're already selling. Oh God. Sketch indeed. No, they fixed it. They fixed it. Here, I'll explain what I was talking about. Oh God, these last few auctions are just not posting. This happens because basically auctionators trying to scan the auction house while I'm trying to post auctions, and so the Blizzard's auction house interface just starts to die. All right, we'll leave that running in the background. Let me just try and tidy up my interface a little bit here. Okay, so these are the three like stone items, right, that you craft this expansion. Now, this is the one that gives you bonus stats for your profession tools, right? And it has a dedicated tree, which is literally called tool enhancement, right? Sounds good, makes sense, right? The thing is, for a while, okay, we're still on this blacksmith as well. Dude, why is it not picking that up? Oh, I think it's not picking up the Russian names. Ah, that's kind of annoying. All right, 1 second. I promise I'll get back to what I was talking about when it comes to weapon stones. All right, yeah. So what I was saying before I got distracted by trade chat is that for whatever reason, the tool enhancements tree was giving you points in. It was giving you skill points on one of these. I think it was either the weight stone or the whetstone. For some reason, the link was like broken up, and so having talent points into the razor stone, which is the profession equipment stone, was giving you skill in on one of these weapon stones, and so I was crafting a lot of those. But they finally fixed it, and so now these are correctly linked to weapon stones. But the good news is it's just in time for me to have enough skill to be able to max out the talent tree for weapon stones, and we already have Everburning Forge with multi-craft maxed out in any case. So overall, we're gonna be making a good bit of gold. And so I'm stoked for that as well, right? Because we have 14 skill points. I think we will get another 5. We're going to be 1 skill point short. But hopefully we have a patron crafting order that'll give us that remaining skill point. And then we have 20 points to dump into weapon stones. Do we have enough artisans acuity? Oh, and we're probably going to have enough artisans acuity to craft our final tool as well, or our final accessory, which means that we can then guarantee rank 3 on these weapon stones, which is gonna be lit as all heck. Because let's look what the margins are like here. Boom. Okay, 18%. Not insane, but not too bad. And the cool thing is that we can use our concentration, or we can use mirror powder on these to bump that up just that teeny little bit higher, right? And we've got the multi-craft tool. We'll throw a resourcefulness enchant here that'll get us to 20%, and we'll get a little bit more resourcefulness from upgrading this item as well. In an ideal world, we'd upgrade this as well for just that little bit more multi-craft, but we don't live in an ideal world, so probably not worth it. But yeah, so let's guesstimate about 120. I think that's a fair assumption here. And yeah, about 20% margin on these stones, and these will sell because Lord knows people like using weapon stones. Let's see what the numbers look like for the whetstones. Oh god, why are these so unprofitable for your blunt weapon? I would have thought these sell better. Minus 40%. When I see numbers like this, I assume that something has gone drastically wrong in the calculations somewhere along the way, or someone is just like rage quit the market and dumped everything super cheap. Firehead, they messed up a lot on launch. There was a eye level 459 trinket that had a level requirement of 10. Yeah, I remember that. You twink a good bit, you'd be surprised how many bugs there are that Blizzard has not fixed since Shadowlands. No, man, I've been playing this game for 20 years. There's no bug in the game that you can tell me that truly does surprise me on any level these days. Yeah. 20 years of playing the World of Warcraft has taught me that like there is no bug that sounds too stupid for it to actually be real. I mean, you could tell me that like for whatever reason, all new characters, all new starter accounts are getting, you know, the auction house mount when they log in for the first time, and I would probably have to check to make sure that you're pulling my leg on, because I don't even put that past Blizzard. What a fun, stupid game we play. Okay, yeah, so I think this is literally just one of those cases where someone has rage quit this market or is doing the farmed it so it's free thing, which is usually the answer. If numbers don't make sense on a given item, it's because whoever you're competing against is farming their own mats and thinks that because they farmed the mats, those items are now free. And that's not how anything works. It's extremely frustrating, but there's always people who are going to do that. And it's just an unavoidable part of playing the auction house. And your best bet is just to wait until they get burnt out from farming up their own mats or whatever, and then they're good. They don't really care about non-current expansion stuff. I mean, yeah. Dude, they barely care about current expansion stuff. Let's be real here. Let's not pretend like Blizzard's like super responsive and on top of their stuff when it comes to like current expansion stuff, right? They barely care about that crap. And so... yeah, I don't think they... I wouldn't hold my breath for them to fix anything anytime ever. Flip it. Flip the stones. Can CraftSim show you how to get rank 3 with the cheapest materials, and if that's possible? Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, as an example here, right? Let me see if I have a good example for something like this. This is probably not it, because I don't think whatever I do, I would... All right, let's simulate that I had all of my knowledge points put into alloys, right? And where are we short? Yeah, so you can see here what you'll do is you'll set this to rank 3, the maximum quality here. Your knowledge points, it sounds like you already have these maxed out, so you probably don't have to mess with this too much here. And then you will need to play around with it a little bit, right? I would definitely come in here and mess with the finishing reagents. Most likely, mirror powder or potentially the resourcefulness ones are going to be the best ones for you. And also for things like enchanting, where the mats, right, like rank 3 mats are super expensive, I would test out using some of these finishing reagents that give you additional skill. Turns out this wasn't a good example because it only has like one reagent, and so it doesn't really work too well. But let's say we had, I don't know, I'm just throwing random numbers in here. It'll tell you, for instance, here when you hit assign, that actually you can craft these at rank 3 with 2 rank 2 bismuth and only 8 rank 3 bismuth. And so that way you can sort of check it out, like you can sort of work backwards from that. The divisible ooze scales to a mythic plus item outside of time walking, even if you're at level 10. Does that surprise you? Wait, which is divisible ooze? Is that a trinket? I mean, dude, it doesn't surprise me. Again, like I said, there's very little that you can tell me that will actually surprise me. I was surprised as hell the other day because Seekjut in chat didn't get a reset. Like none of his quests, none of his nothing reset for him for like an entire week. Which that did surprise me because that does seem game-breakingly bad. And Blizzard's response was just like, "Oh, yeah, we fixed the bug, and so you'll get a reset next week, but this week kind of sucks to be you. Anyways, that'll be $15 at the end of the month. See you guys." Which is just I'm giggling, but it's just so annoying that it's like impossible to like understand what they're thinking there. From Shadowlands last boss of the slime area. Is that a trinket? But yeah, things not scaling properly. I mean, dude, Blizzard's scaling system is so broken. I mean, all you have to do is participate in TBC time walking. Or heck, remix. What else? Sorry, folks. Just trying to catch up on my chat here. As in the in-game chat. This would not be profitable. All right, let me catch up on Twitch chat. Can you really only make one Everburning Ignition every 2 hours? To begin with, yeah. But if you start putting points into Everburning Ignition, you'll get more cooldowns. Yeah, this dude has Blacksmithing, so I'll show you what I mean. But basically, if you come to the main Everburning Ignition tree here, you'll see that you get additional charges as you go in. And then each of these subnodes, your charges reset 25% faster. So yeah, by the end of this, I think it's like every hour or whatever. But you'll quickly get to the point that you don't need. I mean, unless you're really crafting in bulk, which you should do. You should do, right? As always, do as I say, not as I do. You'll reach the point at which. Why do I only have one crafting order on this dude? Where you don't have, where yeah, you'll have way more charges than you need to actually craft anything. All right, someone hasn't sent me their crafting order, and I logged onto this character with the expectation of having 2 different crafting orders. Dude, that guy did it freaking again. The same person I was saying signs on, messages in chat looking for this item to be crafted. I whisper him, and he signs off. This time he replied, said he sent the crafting order. I guess he may have sent the crafting order. I have no way of checking if that happened or not. But he literally then sent the crafting order. I logged over, and he not only canceled the order, but then again signed off. I feel like it's just a meme at this point. What are we doing here? Okay, does this guy have enough artisan security? Because low-key, it looks like there's a lot of demand for these scribes quills, and I think the rest of his points we're going to dump into alchemist mixing rod. Ooh, although this guy can already start crafting these staves. Now, he's not going to be any good at it, mind you, but he can. And that is the item that like is most looked for in our trade chat, which means that there's probably a good chance that we should be doing that. All right. What are we doing here? We need, how much more skill do we need? 572, and we need 585. Are we maxed out on inscription? Not quite. You can make one every 20 or 25 minutes. I don't think it's quite that low. I think it's like at the lowest. Actually, no, if it's 2 hours to begin with, and then I think there's like 4 nodes that reduce it by 25% each. Yes, I think it's at max you'll get one every hour, and it gives you 10 minutes of crafting time. Region optimization is profit expectation based on those mats. Yep. Is it worth putting them into it? Wait, putting what into what? Sorry, I'm catching up on chat and I'm a little lost. When you check the reagents needed for rank 3, does it show if it's profitable on the right window or left? One second. What do you mean? Okay, we claim the order. The right window or the left? You mean between these two? So this one is telling you what the profit would be at the level that you can craft it at. This is going to tell you what the profit is with the items that are here. Points into Everburning? Yep. Everburning, whatever you're planning on doing with blacksmithing, you're not going to regret having points in Everburning. At some point, once you've spent all of your points in everything else, you're going to want to put points into Everburning Ignition one way or another. The reason why is because it just gives you a stupid amount of stats, right? Each point in here gives you 3 Ingenuity, 3 Multicraft, and 3 Resourcefulness. Whatever you're crafting, you're going to need that amount of things for. So yeah, I mean, basically every time you use up the Everburning Ignition item, you'll get a stupid amount of secondary stats, which will make everything more profitable. Okay, I need to pick up the Artisan Sickles recipe because of the fact that a bunch of people have messaged me asking for it. Oh, I don't have the pickaxe yet. Ooh, that's not a good sign. Let's do some quick math here. We have 2 plus 11. Do any of my miners in chat here know what the weekly quest is for mining? Is it that? Please tell me it's not that same stupid 2 nullstone quest that we had last week, because that was that I wanted to smack someone. Did they both send me orders for the sickle or the skinning knife? Wait, why do I only have 1 crafting order? I'm wondering if the pickaxe or the sickle is the better choice to pick up for pickaxe. Oh, but I think we just got an order for the skinning knife. Pickaxe does, on the face of it, seem like the smarter option, but we'll get a first craft bonus out of that as well. And the question is just, can we get another 150 artisans acuity within this week? I suppose if we can't, what we could kind of do, we could be a little cheeky with it and pick up some PvP recipes. Ah, damn it, we had so this order is for the sickle. All right, we were doing some quick math. 30 artisans. Damn it, none of these give me 30 artisans acuity. All right, these 2 we can definitely knock out, and then hopefully at reset in 58 minutes we get another patron order that gives us 30 artisans acuity, and then we can buy the second recipe as well. What server do I play on, Firehead? I play on Illidan, North America. Yeah, one of the highest pop servers in the US and in the world. Despite the fact that I live in an EU time zone, it's dumb, but I just have too much progress on North American realms to go back to playing EU. I did play EU for a little bit, but I don't have like any of my mounts. I don't have nearly as much gold. I don't have as many characters leveled up, right? All of that fun stuff we don't have, and I refuse to grind it from scratch. And that's mainly because of the fact that when I was like a lot of that like grindy stuff I did on like in college, right? And I was in US time zones for that. Why is it not syncing between these 2 accounts? Dude, client management is a whole thing in and of itself. 38 minutes for a new Everburning Ignition forge with max knowledge into it. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, my other blacksmith does have Everburning Ignition maxed out, so I probably could have checked that for you. Sorry about that. We're busy making gold here. I'm too distracted by the gold making. What were we saying? Oh, I need to craft better profession equipment for this dude. Let's just take this guy's commission and move on with our lives. 309. Now we'll use one of these. He's paying us more than enough, and those items have come down in price, so it's just free gold at this point. Okay, so that's that done. Of course, we saved the cheapest reagent possible. All right, who did I need to log on to instead? On this account? Okay, looks like no one else. We can hang out on this dude for a little bit while we optimize his build a little bit better. And then on this account, I needed to pick up the recipe for... What was the crafting order that we had? Crafting orders, personal, artisan sickle. All right, we said we're going to do the sickle first, and then we'll pick up the pickaxe later, even though the pickaxe has more demand, technically. But we already have a crafting order for it, so it is what it is. All right. I think we have some crafting orders on some other characters for some other things. I don't know for sure though. So we'll just have to log over and see, I suppose. Okay, so this dude is crafting a pickaxe for this guy. 10k profit. I will happily take that. What am I missing? Why am I still 5 skills short? Oh, I need to get this thing, and it's going to be a while till I get that. But in the meantime, remember, folks, what you want to do is you want to use a finishing reagent that will... Oh, I don't have the resourcefulness... Need to get more. Need to craft more fortress. These finishing reagents that'll give you 5 bonus skill will more than make up for you not having your blue profession equipment, and so you can still make a bunch of gold with that as well. You don't have any experience in what to look. Firehead, you're saying I don't have any experience in what to look for in server hopping for cheap other than twink gear. So I know that if you want to make a quick penny, if you're lucky, you can find 100k gold worth of gear. Oh, no worries. Your typing's fine. For mobile, yeah, that's how that goes. Honestly, I would say the market that the like cross realm market outside of like professional equipment, where I'm crafting and swapping things around, like yeah, I'm crafting professional equipment and selling it on other realms. That's been a big market for me, cross realm. If you're looking for like sniping things, I would say the one that I've had the most success with, and that's not even because I was intentionally trying to flip them, but because I was buying them for my own characters and then realizing that I could sell it on my home realm for a lot more, is the War Within recipes, right? The price differences on some of those are insane. I have recipes that, like PvP recipes, that cost 7,500 honor if you buy them off the vendor, right? That's a decent amount of honor, right? Those recipes the price floor for those should be somewhere around 20 to 30 grand. The thing is they also drop from the PvP boxes. And so there's a bunch of people who will get one of those to drop and not realize that they can sell it easily for 20 grand. And so if you check something like, dude, holy crap, bro, we procced resourcefulness on 2 null stones. That's an extra 10 grand in profit on this order. Damn. We just made 25,000 gold off of this. Whew. Okay. Again, the highs are high with the crafting orders, which I did not expect to be the case. Let's see, what do we have in patron orders? Oh, all of these are profitable? How the hell did that come to be? Listen, I'm not... Oh, god damn it, I did do something stupid. I forgot to use ever-burning ignition. Do you think we could have proc... Well, we proc like basically the best thing we could have in terms of resourcefulness on that. Better than 2 null stones in resourcefulness, I think, is getting a bit greedy if we're being completely honest here. The thing is, I need to remember to actually do something with these null stones instead of leaving them in my bags so that they're worth less in a couple days when I remember that I have them. All right, we're running the auctionator scan here. We're gonna do patron orders when we come back. All right. I am going to take a quick little break because I do kind of need to pee. All right, so we're going to take a quick little break, and then we will come back and... all right, I think I will need to cut myself off of the highs that we're getting off of the crafting orders. It's just the numbers, especially on resourcefulness, are absolutely dope. But we'll come back. We'll do our little auctionator guide. There's a couple more builds that I want to do for crafting orders. We'll play around with those a little bit. We won't spend too much time. And then we'll spend a little bit of time on inscription and then on alchemy, like I promised. All right, how does that sound, folks? Let me know in chat if that sounds good. If you guys want me to cover something else, if you want to cover other professions, and or if you guys are enjoying this this like deep dive into crafting orders, or is it kind of boring just watching me sit here, figure out how to make my crafting orders better, and then screaming when I get resourcefulness procs. Anyways, let me know in chat. I will be right back in like a couple minutes. Right? Have fun, hang tight. Oh, also, by the way, if you're enjoying the stream, consider subscribing, liking, commenting, chatting, right? Doing all the things, right? I'm trying to fix my broken, well, I'm trying to get a new headset because this one's janky as all heck and broken. So if you're watching on Twitch, do consider subscribing. You don't need to pay anything if you don't want to. You can use your Twitch Prime sub, and that's very much appreciated. And if we get a couple of those, then I can get myself a new headset and not have this thing just like this broken mic dangling next to my face. I would really not like to. I would really like to not have to deal with that. But anyways, that's that. Yeah, you also get some cool emotes if you do sub on Twitch. So there's that. You get one of me going like this, which is kind of fun, and I'm working on a couple more with my stupid dumb face. All right, see you guys in a few. All right, and we are back. Welcome back, everyone. So, like I was saying prior to going on break, we're trying to get a new headset. Subs really do help out on Twitch. Oh, and if we do get a sub this stream, then we'll do an extra bonus stream this week as well. So, that is that's what's up. All right, we're going to do a little bit more crafting order stuff, and then I will cut myself off, and we'll do the auctionator walkthrough, as well as explore some of the other builds that we were talking about. First things first, let's catch up on chat real quick. Firehead, that was my attempt at advice. TBH, you probably need experience in twinking this expansion to understand what values are in Twinker. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the main issue I have with sniping is I just don't know the markets well enough. But it's definitely a great way to make a bunch of gold. Yeah, you do need to, I feel like you do need to actually be interested in that subsection of the game, though, to know if an item is priced correctly or undervalued or overvalued or whatever else. Which, yeah, you're only gonna know that if you're actively like playing that type of game, right? Or spend the time to actually like learn the market. And I don't really do that, so I'm not the right person for that. But yeah, there's definitely a bunch of gold that you can make off of that. I've never been much of a flipper, to be honest. It's just never really been super interesting to me. But like I said, solid way to make a bunch of gold, right? And the returns can be absolutely insane if you manage to snipe things at the right prices. Massalui. So I want to see if it's profitable to make R3 and add some R2 and R3 mats into the sim. Does the main average profit window show me the profit expected or the reagent optimization window? So the reagent optimization window will tell you what reagents to use. So this is it's telling you the best case scenario. This is the most profit you can make. So for instance, on these missives, the best case scenario is I can lose 2,000 gold on this. With my current knowledge points and my current stats, the best case scenario is 2,000. Now, if I was to, for instance, max out all of these, you'll see that it'll tell me that I can use, let's mess this up. If I use all rank 2 mats, I can make a 10% profit margin on these. So this window here will tell you everything based off of this stuff, like all of your inputs, right? This is like the calculator, whereas this is just sort of this is just giving you the information as to what the thing is. If you hit this assign button, it'll copy whatever's here into this so that you can mess around with it a bit more if you'd like. How is it that sanctified alloy costs less than the sum of its parts? Are you missing something? No, it's very much possible because of the fact that What am I doing on this, dude? There was something we needed to do. Oh, we wanted to complete his patron orders, right? Okay. It's very much possible, and it comes down to multicraft and resourcefulness. So, what I mean by that is that this guy isn't spec'd for multicraft, but there's a good chance that on the core alloys, right here. Never mind. Never mind. I suppose we could sim it a bit. If I go ahead and do this and is this not, let's not use concentration. If we use a multi-craft tool, I think I may be able to show you what I mean. No, unfortunately I can't, because it's not working for this thing in specific. I'm trying to see if there's any other examples. Yeah, here. Okay, so this is a good example, right? This guy, if he had all of his knowledge points maxed out, I mean, ignore all that, right? But we're using rank 2 materials, and the actual crafting cost for us is 1,000 gold, right? We're still able to make a 10% profit margin on this because of the fact that we have an 11.8% chance to craft more of the same item, and also 25.6% of the time we'll get back a bunch of the mats. And so as a result, it's entirely possible that we're spending more to craft one of these items than one of these items is worth on paper. But because of the fact that 12% of the time we'll get more of the item, and also 25% of the time we'll get back some of the materials that we're putting in, it's still profitable. We can sell it profitably at 800 gold because those other numbers sort of make up for that. It's super common to multi-craft. Yeah, multi-craft is the most OP stat by a long shot. You basically just want enough skill to be able to craft the item at the quality that you want to do it. And then after that, if you can get multi-craft, you want as much multi-craft as is humanly possible. You can't get an enchant from multi-craft, but basically from your profession tool and from the talent trees and from one of the accessories, you'll get some multi-craft, and that's more or less it. I wish that there were multi-craft enchants, but unfortunately those don't exist. Resourcefulness is your best bet there. But basically, I covered this on stream, I want to say last Wednesday. If you go back through my YouTube like live stream recordings, you'll see one that just says like crafting stats 101 or something like that, and that I break down exactly like item by like stat by stat exactly what each of those items mean, and I think that's a really good primer. I need to edit that into a good video as well, like into a shorter, more condensed video. Which of these windows do you need to pay attention to? The left average profit window, correct, because the right window has a top profit option, but that doesn't make sense either, and I just can't wrap my head around it. I'm not a complete tool, but no, you're not a complete tool, dude. Craftsman is very, very complicated. There's a reason why I haven't gotten around to explaining exactly how it works on stream. It's on my to-do list. I am planning on putting together a video about that. We may do that on stream on Friday, actually. Maybe if I set a target for myself, I'll actually get around to doing it. Craftsman is extremely, extremely powerful, but there is a huge learning curve on it just because there's so much information that it's giving you, and there's so many different things that you can do with it that unless you spend a bunch of time like I have on really tinkering around with it and like reading all of the change logs and things like that, it can be tough to figure out what's going on. The statistics window will allow you to sim the amount of crafts you need to make a profit. Yep. For things that you're bulk crafting, the statistics window will help you. I'll be honest with you, I don't really use that at all. Which is not to say that you shouldn't. I just don't, because I mainly just look at these averages and then I craft everything. There's dang near none, outside of concentration crafts, anything I'm crafting at least 20. Because otherwise the numbers just don't work. And sometimes even with 20 crafts, if you don't proc a multi-craft in there, or if you don't proc enough multi-crafts, you may make a loss on it. So yeah, I would say the way War Within crafting works, at least outside of concentration, is that you need to be crafting things in bulk to have those averages work out in your favor. Now you could technically, if you're performing better than, like, let's say you were planning on crafting 20, you craft 10 of them, you were supposed to have 2 multi-craft procs, and instead you get 4 in the first like 5 crafts, you could just stop crafting then and enjoy the additional profits. I will usually keep going just because, yeah. Mass is cash when it comes to the War Within crafting. Yep, for sure. It's just the law of like large numbers, right? No, that's not the law of. That's what happens when I try and sound smart. It's just a numbers game, right? You need to craft enough to be average as possible. But as far as which window you need to pay attention to, I mean, ultimately this is probably the one that you're going to care more about, because this is where you have more control over things. Both are equally important, kind of. So top profit, the reason the checkbox exists is because for some items, even if you could guarantee them at rank 3, even if you could guarantee crafting this item at rank 3, the rank 3s aren't always where the profits are. And the reason for that is because most often for rank 3s, you'll have to use a good amount of rank 3 mats. And so a lot of times it's not profitable simply because of that. And one of the things that I've been saying since the start of the expansion is that too many people are focused on crafting items at rank 3 because that's where they think all the profits are. But a lot of times you can make a lot more gold by just crafting the rank 2s very, very cheaply. And in many cases, you'll also see that the sale rate is actually better on the rank 2s. So if we take a look at this, right, these core alloys, if I was to enter the alloy market, I wouldn't be focused on getting to the rank 3 market. A, because it's going to be very competitive. B, because of the fact that the investment is going to be a lot higher. And C, there's probably going to be less in the way of margins there. D, and the most important one, is if you look at the sale rates for this, right? 930 region average daily sold on the rank 2s, whereas there's only 647 of the rank 3 sold on a daily basis, and the region average daily sold at the bottom there. So yeah, that's why that top profit box exists, because it'll tell you then if you're actually able to make more profit with the rank 2s, then you'd rather do that, right? People like crafting the rank 3s because we're sort of just in this game used to like bigger number equals better, but that's not always the case, and very often you can make a lot more gold by just focusing on actually doing the on crafting the rank 2s very cheaply. Like that's often in this expansion a good way of making a boatload of gold. That makes sense now. I finally understand those windows. Been breaking my head on for days on that now. Oh, for sure, man. I'm happy that helps. I've spent so much freaking time understanding the profession system that like that was one of the main reasons that I wanted to start streaming, because I was like, if I just keep this information to myself, I'll make more gold probably, but I'm also gonna feel like it was a complete waste of time because I've spent so much dang time messing around with Craft Sim and understanding these stupid systems that like I was like I have to share it with someone. And like I've said on stream before, as many times as I've tried to explain it to my wife and why multi-craft is the GOAT stat, she's not she's not as convinced as I am. She doesn't care in the slightest, to put it another way. Did I forget to hit the mailbox? I think I forgot to hit the mailbox. Or I didn't. No, I did hit the mailbox. Oh god, why don't I have the mats then? Dude, every time I'm trying to like wind down my crafting order situation, they keep pulling me back in. Why is this saying this isn't craftable? We got like 20 minutes to get these crafting orders done. Yo, hold up. How am I turning a profit on this? By crafting... Oh, I need more rank 2 alloys. That's how I'll turn a profit on that. Oh, jeez. Did she get that face that says, okay, I'm listening, but really you should stop talking? Your wife has that face a lot. Yeah, dude. When I first started streaming, I was like amazed by the fact that I could find 4 hours worth of things to talk about. And my wife was just like, you didn't know that you could do that? And I was like, what does that mean? She was like, yeah, you love the sound of your own voice. And I was like, what does that mean? She's like, yeah, you love talking. And I was like, I suppose I do. I feel like it was just like not nice of her to bring it up though, right? Like I could know it, but like, does she have to bring it up, right? Like that's... Memories. Dude, some of these items I could craft, but I literally just can't be bothered to wrap my head around it. But yeah, she definitely gets that look. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, see, I feel like gaming these days is kind of chill, right? Like, you can talk about being a gamer. You can, like, there's not, like, nearly as much of a stigma around it, right? And so, like, it is what it is. But I grew up getting bullied for gaming, which is also why it's wild to me. Like I got bullied for being a gamer, and so I have the sense to like I have a healthy amount of shame around gaming, and so I know not to spend too much time talking to my wife about gaming. And I found you lovely people to discuss it with instead, and I think that works out for everyone else. I think that works out for everyone. I don't see anything wrong with it. You love talking something you enjoy. Yep. Thanks, Firehead. Beats talking to myself, which, to be fair, I did a lot of before I started streaming. So hopefully it's a win all around. I'm passionate. That's a good thing. Oh, thank you so much for the prime sub, Mass Louie. Very, very much appreciate that. That gets me a lot closer to replacing this janky ass headset because the microphone broke on it, and it's really been annoying me. But thank you so much, Master Louie. Very, very much appreciate that. I'm passionate. That's a good thing, and I'm sure she's happy that you have someone else to talk to about it. Give her a break. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I know better than to spend too much time talking to my wife about gaming. That's I feel like that level of doing your own thing is important, right? Like I wouldn't appreciate it if she spent a bunch of time talking my ear off about, like, I was gonna say something like makeup or something like that, but which is true, but yeah, I mean, like, I wouldn't appreciate her doing that to me, so I'm not gonna do the same thing to her. Dude, this guy's this guy sent me 1,500 as the tip instead of 1.5k, which unfortunately I can't be doing stuff that cheap. I've been very helpful the past 2 weeks, making it much easier to understand the whole crafting system. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. I'm really happy to hear that, because like I said, I've just spent way too much time studying it for myself, and so having like making gold for it is nice, but helping others is honestly. Damn it, I didn't mean to reply to that person. Oh well. If they actually reply to me, I'll let them know that I can't actually do the item that they want. But no, if it's helping other people, that's a much nicer reward to me. Oh, I don't even have this recipe, and even if I did, I couldn't really do it. Have I messed around with cooking? I've messed around with cooking. But have I made it work? Not really. That said, I have seen a bunch of people say that the reason that they're keen that people don't find out that cooking is actually good for gold making is because they're making stupid amounts of gold with it right now. Which only, of course, made me want to spend more time cooking. You tried a little experiment now with 1,000 meals, and you're going to see if the profit is really going to be 41k or not. I mean, so what I noticed with cooking is the profits look very good. Wait, why the hell did I invite this guy to party? Who the hell is this person? Oh, I accidentally invited them. I whispered them saying that I couldn't do what they needed. All right, I'm that's exactly what I did. I stuck my cook on my second account. Dude, something is janktastic. I think I need to reload interface. Yeah, so I stuck cooking on my second account, thinking that I would just like AFK cook in the background while I was doing things on my main account. And then I just didn't really end up doing that. just because of the fact that I couldn't really sort out the profit margins. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to do too many things at once. All right, let me focus on chat. Yeah, so I mean, I tried doing some stuff with cooking. I got one of the blue profession equipments. I literally I have one character who main profession cooking, as in used up all their artisan security for the profession equipment for cooking. Or at least I got one of the pieces. I didn't get the second one yet because I can't craft it yet on my scribe. And so far, there were two kind of things going on. And again, why did this person sell me $2,000? Or $5,000. People are just mailing me free gold at this point. Hey, I'll take it. I don't even know what this is for. Easiest gold I ever made. I didn't play Dragonflight either. Could you give me a quick summary on how orders work? Firehead on YouTube. Yeah, sure. So basically, very high level. Actually, I've been wanting to put together a YouTube guide for this as well. All right, so let's you know what? Let's record this. Mainly because I was thinking I could just link it to customers who don't know how the crafting order system works. But okay, so high level. Basically, there's a bunch of end game items that you can only look at the camera. Basically, there's a whole bunch of endgame items that you can only craft through the profession crafting order system. And in order to participate in that, what you'll need to do is you'll need to come over to this vendor here, this NPC in Dornigold. You can ask either the guides, or it's basically just at the east side next to the fisher here. And you can place a crafting order. You'll talk to this NPC, right? And they will give you a list of all of the different items that you can craft. These could be things like higher eye level gear, right? Things that require sparks, which you'll acquire through weekly quests, right? And basically, you will then have to provide your materials. Well, you can choose whether you provide the materials or you ask whoever crafts it for you to provide the materials instead. I would recommend whispering whoever you're planning on sending a crafting order to. There's three types of crafting orders. There's public orders, for which you need to provide all of the materials. You can provide things like optional reagents, which will allow you to either add bonus effects to the item itself, or you can provide missives, which will allow you to choose the stats on the item. And you can also use things like enchanted crests, for instance, to increase the item level of the item that you're getting crafted. Now, with public orders, you don't need to find someone who can craft it for you. It'll just be open to anyone who has the profession, and they can craft it for you. The downside of that is you can't set a quality requirement, and you need to provide all of the materials. All right. The second type is called a guild order, which similarly will send an order out to anyone in your guild who has the profession. And the nice thing about these is that you can select a minimum quality level, which means if whoever's crafting it can't guarantee you the whatever rank you've specified here, they simply won't be able to complete the crafting order, and they'll have to decline it, and someone else can pick it up instead. If you're wondering what the difference is in the item qualities, as an example, right, at rank 1 with the exact same materials, excuse me, this staff would be eye level 593 and have a lot lower stats, as you can see on the item itself there. Versus if you have someone who knows what they're doing, who has their profession set up correctly, they would be able to craft it at rank 5. You would also have to use better quality materials in order to allow them to do that, but you could get this exact same item crafted at eye level 606 instead, with a good bit more stats, as you can see there, right? The final type of crafting order that you have is called a personal order. And basically these ones you would actually put in the name of the crafter. You can find these crafters either through trade chat. If you have been in trade chat for any meaningful period of time, you'll see there's a bunch of people advertising, the items that they can craft, and most likely they will ask you for a commission. And I know a lot of people think like, oh, it's just clicking the button, right? All they have to do is like accept the order and hit the place order button. it's not that simple. For a couple of reasons. A, it takes quite a bit of investment to actually be able to. Oh, sorry, we're getting a. I'm getting distracted by freaking crafting order stuff right after I said that I wouldn't do that. There's just too much gold. It's just too much gold to be made. Let's see here. This person's following up with me about their crafting order, so I should probably get to it before they get too mad. The hell is this? Oh, this is a patron order. Screw that. The heck is going on? I've got too many messages, too many different places. All right, sorry, I'm getting distracted. Okay, so this is a good example, right? So on the other end, you know what? Just to make this simpler, let me uncheck all of the crafts and windows because I think that's just going to complicate things to for people. So on the back end, right? This person has only provided rank 2 materials. And despite the fact that I have full tailoring skill, as well as some of my blue profession equipment, as well as a bunch of knowledge points spent into a lot of these different trees, I am still not going to be able to craft this at rank 5. I could craft this at rank 5, but I would need to do one of two things. Either I would need to add one of these items that gives me bonus skill, and these aren't cheap either, right? This person is tipped 1,400 gold. But in a lot of cases, I mean, like this item right here costs anywhere from 2,500 to 4,000, 5,000 gold, depending on the day. I will either need to use one of those in order to complete this crafting order at the quality that they want it at, or I will need to use up a resource called concentration. And concentration is extremely valuable because you have a limited amount of it each day. It does regen, but I could also instead use up this concentration to craft another item that may make me more gold. As a result, 1,400 gold is not worth 303 concentration for me. And so an order like this, I can't really do. All right, so that's why you'll see fairly decent commission requests. Like when you whisper people, or you know, if you're setting out crafting orders, that would be the reason that sometimes people will ask for commissions for like 10 grand or 15 grand or something like that. It's not because they're greedy. I mean, in some cases it is, but in a lot of times it's because they may be having to use finishing reagents, or they may have invested a lot in, they either have to use finishing reagents or they may have to use concentration. In addition to that, you got to keep in mind that it's not cheap to get to the point that they can craft these items for you. So it's not as simple as, oh, they just hit that button and, you know, they get 1,400 gold. That's not what's going on. And that's why I would say tip your crafters. All right. We work hard to get to, to be able to craft these items for you at the item level that you want. Yeah. Does that help, Firehead? Was that a handy little, I'm sorry for the interruptions in between, but was that a handy little guide to crafting orders? Are there any questions? Anything else I could cover in more detail? I mean, I mainly looked at this from like crafting gear, but yeah. But yeah, so I mean, I mainly covered it from the perspective of like gear, because I think that's the majority of things that people who aren't familiar with the system would want to craft. But I mean, there's all sorts of things, right? You can do this really for anything. You can even use the crafting order system to make yourself a little bit of gold. And the way you would do that is, let's say you want to enter a market that you don't want to put in the time and energy to actually do all the profession stuff, right? Let's say something like this, a BOE item that you can sell on the auction house, right? Let's say the BOE PvP weapon, right? What you can do is you can find a crafter who's willing to do it for a relatively lower commission. This works generally for like less hectic items, simply because of the fact that sorry, I forgot to cancel someone's order. So you're asking what you should tip for, let's say, if asked for a BIS item craft and you supplied mats, pretty much what is the accepted amount of gold for craft if he supplied the mats? Well, if the crafter's providing the mats, or if the person who's ordering it provides the mats. I'm guessing you mean if the person placing the order provides the mats, right? So by and large, you will have to use probably rank 3 mats. I don't think there's I can't fairly say that there's an upper limit, right? I have had crafting orders. If I just show you right here, I have had a tip of as much as like 100,000 gold, right? I mean, this was early expansion, and that, as you can see, that's far from the norm, right? When the hell did I do this? I got 19,000 gold for a rune Nullstone Royal Rod day before yesterday. I have no recollection of that. In any case, I would say by and large, for BIS or BIS type items, I mean, you'll see most of my crafting orders here are, is 619 BIS? I think 636, right? Is that the highest eye level you can get things to? I suppose I could look that up real quick. Siphoning Stiletto, if you use the Spark, but that's not what's going to give you the highest eye level. What's going to do that is using 636 is technically BIS, right? For those, you may have to spend a bit more. For near BIS, so what I mean by that is for things like 619 eye level, I would say probably 10 to 15 grand is a pretty decent tip. You may be able to find people who would do it for cheaper. You may have people who ask for more. But generally, I would accept a tip of about 10 to 15,000 for that typically. In a rare case, if I don't need to use concentration, or I don't need to use a finishing reagent, or if I'm trying to like get a first craft bonus or knowledge points or skill points, or there's some other reason that I'm willing to do that, I may accept something lower. But by and large, I would be happy with the 10 or 15,000 gold tip. Now I try and price things pretty fairly, just because I enjoy crafting, right? So that's what I want to do. But you will have people who charge a lot more. And you maybe get lucky and get people who will do it for cheaper. I've also done some weird deals where the person didn't have enough gold to like pay me a fat commission, and so instead they gave me like potions or like some other item in exchange. So, I mean, if you have something that you farmed up or something like that, I mean, message the crafter and they may be willing to take up a deal like that. Because I know I have, right? It like, if you want to give me 15,000 gold worth of potions instead, I am more than willing to do that. Yeah. What else can I say about the crafting order system? I mean, the same thing applies for profession equipment. That's going to be the main way you get that. Other things that you will need to get on a weekly basis are treatises. So what that means is there are these items called, well, if we come back to my favorites, the Algari treatises on whatever profession, right? And basically you need to place a crafting order to get these to a scribe. And that's the only way that you can get these. Each of these will give you one knowledge point in whichever profession you're interested in. The most important thing that I think bears repeating, because I know a lot of people make this mistake, is that you can only use one of these per week. I do not, for the life of me, I just do not understand why Blizzard didn't put that in the tooltip, because this has been happening since Dragonflight, where people would send me 20 orders for these, right? And I'm a nice guy, all right? I'm a nice guy, all right? I like making gold, but I don't like scamming people, at least not on stream that I would admit. No, I'm kidding. But I would always whistle to those people and be like, hey, just want to make sure that you know that you can only use one of these per week. Generally, I've seen it happens a lot with gatherers where they think that they can just, place orders for 20 of these and use them all to unlock as many knowledge points as they want. And they are going to be sorely mistaken. And that usually happens closer to the start of the expansion when these are very expensive to craft. That said, I mean, there are people like me who whenever I place an order for these, I'll always place like 4 or 5 at a time. Because even though I know that they're going to be cheaper to craft next week, I can't be bothered to log onto that character, place a crafting order, and then just craft one of them. So in some cases, it is people just like that who are like, no, I know I can only use one a week, but I don't want to think about it for the rest of the season at least. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's another item that you would definitely want to get from the crafting order system. Beyond that, I mean, there are also some other interesting things, right? You can get pets, right? You can get BO, bind on pickup. There's some transmog as well from prior expansions. I think tier 3 items you can sort of get crafted through this as well, right? There's I mean, similarly, you can also, from a gold making perspective, you could do something like find an item like what's a good example here? This one, right? This is an item that you can throw on the auction house. This is an item that you could throw in the auction house, and it would sell for 199,000 gold, right? The thing is, bipolar redeeming the hydrate. All right, I'll stop sipping on the Red Bull for a sec. The unnamed energy drink. I did not specify what brand the energy drink was, because last time I said what brand I was drinking and everyone thought I was sponsored by him, which I'm not. If they want me to shout him out, I gotta see something for it. But okay, we'll do a hydration break, everyone. Drink up, people. Drink up. All right. Yeah, so an item like this, for instance, right? You probably don't want to actually figure out how to farm up this recipe, right? Even if you did, let's be honest, you're not going to sell a whole bunch of these. You probably just want to have one crafted, and you're probably willing to pay someone a decent bit of commission, right? What you can do is you can farm up these different materials, or just buy them off the auction house, right? And all of these mats combined cost 56,000 gold. What you could very easily do is place a public order for this, spend, let's say, the 56,000 gold on the mats for this, place a public order, right? And leave a healthy commission, right? Leave a tip of like 1,000 gold, 2,000, 5,000 gold, whatever it is. This is a fairly rare recipe. So I'd say, look, you should be able to sell this for about 200,000 gold. You can probably afford to tip 10,000 gold. I may do this example over again with something that's less valuable. But yeah, basically all you need to do is provide the 56,000 gold worth of mats, which you can pick up off the auction house, place a public order, and hopefully, if you're lucky, someone should be able to craft this for you, at which point you will get this as a BOE item that you can then post on the auction house on whatever realm you want, right? I would say for something like this, maybe create this crafting order on a high pop server where you're more likely to get your order filled, and sell it on a lower pop server. Right. Do we have another good example? I'm trying to see if there's anything else that's like a cheaper example that we could use this as an example for. Oh, there's a crowd pummeler mount as well, right? This I wouldn't recommend trying to flip. What's another example that I could that may make a little bit more sense here? I wouldn't recommend doing it for consumables, because if you're doing this as a public order, you're not going to be able to specify the quality level, which means you're probably going to get a rank 1, and it's very unlikely that you will break even on that, let alone make a profit on it. But you could look at things potentially that don't have quality levels, and potentially make a little bit of gold off of that. I don't see drums on here. I don't know if that means I don't know if that's because you can't craft drums to the crafting order system, but I think most items should be on here. I know one of the items that a lot of people made a decent bit of gold with in Dragonflight was with things like this. Okay, this is a good little example, right? If you don't have a tailor who can craft duskweave bags, you could very easily hit the auction house or farm up these mats for yourself, right? The mats that I have here, these are a mixture of rank 2s and 3s. You could probably do this for cheaper. But basically, I could provide these 3,400 gold worth of mats, leave a tip of like 100 to 200 gold, let's say, and place a public order for it. It should get completed. And then I can sell this bag for 3,700 gold. Or I can take it to another server and sell it for as much as 5 or 6 or 7,000 gold instead, right? And make myself a nice little profit simply using the crafting order system and without actually having the profession myself. So Firehead, I'm not sure if you wanted to know about that, but you were asking about flips earlier on. And the nice thing about this is you also I don't believe you need to have the War Within to do any of this. Like, you should be able to do this in Valdrakken. The NPC in Valdrakken, I'll do you one better. I'll show you where the guy is in Valdrakken as well. So Draken Isles, Thaldraszus is just right here on this little podium down here. But yeah, because I think you were saying that you were trying to save up enough gold to get the expansion, right? My understanding is that even without the War Within, you should be able to raise crafting orders for whatever expansion thing that you want. Like, I don't think you need to have the expansion to place crafting orders for those items. What's up, C-Tax? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Yep, the stream can start for real now. Lord knows we haven't really gotten to any of the things that I'd said that we would be getting to in the stream, so it is what it is. Firehead, you're saying do those transmog items sell though? I mean, honestly, the transmog is probably not the item I would do it with. You can definitely do it and they will sell, but they will be very slow, right? Same as all transmog. I would say probably your better bets are going to be focusing on things like the PvP equipment. Right? Find someone in trade chat that can guarantee you a rank 5 craft on, let's say, I'll use a rifle as an example because I've made a good amount of gold with this, right? Find someone who can guarantee craft this for you at rank 5, right? And the mats won't cost you 1,900 gold. They'll cost you a little bit more than that, but sorry, getting distracted by trade chat. Yeah, find someone who can craft this at rank 5 for you, guaranteed, right? Provide them the mats. And create a private personal order to them with a minimum quality of rank 5, right? And the mats for this should cost you somewhere around like 4 grand, I think. And then you can go ahead and sell this for 7,000 gold, right, to PvPers. And those will sell a lot quicker. Similarly, you can do the exact same thing with the green profession equipment. I feel like you've been watching the stream long enough at this point to know how obsessed I am with the green crafted profession equipment. And you can entirely use the profession equipment, the crafting order system, this expansion to make a bunch of gold with that. Yeah, you'll probably have to do some of the math manually just because of the fact that Craftssim doesn't really help you too much with this. Although I mean, let me check here. I disabled all my Craftssim windows. I don't think you can see it for other people's professions. Yeah, so you'd need to figure that out a little bit, but I don't think it should be too difficult to figure out the math to see you could sell profitably. I'll give you some hints in that usually things like the tailoring profession equipment, like the profession equipment that's crafted by tailoring, is a great starting point because as an example, right, this item would cost you less. It's not going to cost you 462 gold. The reason it's showing 462 gold right now is because we're using all rank 3 materials. If we don't use the best quality materials, 257 gold you'll craft this at, right? Let's say you kick this dude, I don't know, maybe 50 gold in commissions. Sorry, 1 second. crafted or dropped from mobs. So you mean transmog in general? Yeah, people buy transmog does sell. The thing is with transmog is that it's very slow. And a big part of the transmog game, I've made a lot of my gold from transmog as well over the years. The issue with transmog is that you basically just need to post up a stupid amount of items. I'm talking about like 1,000 to 2,000 items. You'll have at any given point anywhere from like 5 to 10 million gold maybe worth of transmog posted on the auction house. And then if you're lucky, you'll sell maybe 20 to 100,000 gold a day in transmog. Which is why I tend to not do too much transmog at the start of an expansion, just because there's so much gold to be made with the most recent expansion stuff. But if I didn't have access to the most recent expansion, I would probably do transmog, although I think you're probably going to have better results by just using the crafting order system to craft stuff from the latest expansion and doing it that way. Or like we were talking about on stream the other day, finding other things that you can boost people through. You said that you know a lot about twinking. So maybe you could sell like leveling. I'm not sure if that's something that if there's a way that you can use a twink to do that, maybe by locking experience and like selling dungeon runs or something like that. Those may be more fun and interesting ways of doing it, is my only thought. Or, farming twink gear. But I think transmog is probably similar to twinking gear, right? I don't know the twinking gear market super well, so I probably shouldn't be commenting on it super confidently. But I feel like they're fairly similar markets in that a lot of the times, it's a little bit of a niche market. Maybe transmog is a little bit rare because you need to find someone who wants the exact item that you're selling, right? But it sells. And I mean, for easy money, if you want to blow up your auction house value for transmog, like I was saying you should do, if you come to your capital city, I know it for Horde. I don't know for Alliance, but there will be a vendor somewhere that you can probably look up. But for the Horde, if you come to this building right here in the Valley of Strength, inside this building right here, for whatever reason, Blizzard decided to have a bunch of BOE items on the vendor, and they'll cost you anywhere from like 200 to I think like maybe 500, at most 1,000 gold. You can buy a bunch of BOE bracers, and I think there's like boots or something else that you can buy that are part of tier sets from Cataclysm that you can then list on the auction house. And so you'll buy those for like 500, 600 gold each, and you can easily sell them on most servers for like 5 to as much as like 20, 30,000 gold. So that's something that I always do anytime I'm trying to like blow up my auction house value. Which for transmog, like I said, the main thing that matters, I feel like, is having a huge auction, having a huge amount of items on the auction house, having a very high auction house value, because you'll sell, say, 5% or 10% of that. Just look at 141 greens, you'll see random items are just 100k. Yeah. It's the same thing with transmog, right? Super low level items, just if they have a unique enough appearance, or if they're, someone's looking for that specific piece for whatever reason, they will be willing to spend a stupid amount of gold on it. You'll see transmog items going for all sorts of ridiculous things. It's just you'll probably have to list it for a couple of times, and in some cases for very rare, very high value items, it literally may take months to sell items, and that's just the nature of the beast, unfortunately. C-Tax, no, we haven't talked about Alchemy yet. Is that what you were looking forward to? All right, we covered the crafting order system. I feel like we've done enough crafting order build stuff, right? What did we say we wanted to do on this guy? Oh, we wanted to farm up enough artisan's acuity to pick up the pickaxe recipe, because he has all the other profession equipment except for that. I think we have one last engineering crafting order that we need to get to. So we'll do that real quick, and then I promise we'll get to alchemy. I don't know if we're going to do alchemy from scratch, or we could. It wouldn't take that long. Do you want to C-Tex? Do you want to see us do setting up alchemy from scratch, or do you want to just, or should I just hop onto one of my alchemists and actually talk about builds and look at how we make gold with it that way? Because I'm down to do either. I need to do both of them, to be fair. I haven't figured out alchemy builds that I'm happy with on either of my alchemists. And at the same time, I also want to set up more alchemists. Do both. All right. That works. Oh, you know what? How are we doing on timing? All right, we ideally should be wrapping up the stream in another, let's say 40 minutes to an hour. And I'm worried that if we do it from scratch, it may take a little bit more time than that, simply because of the fact that we'll spend about 20 to 30 minutes just flying around picking up knowledge point treasures and like potentially having to farm cash. So I don't want to push it one more stream. But I think I think we may have to do that on Friday's stream, unfortunately. So I think instead we'll just try and, I mean, there's no better way to put it than unfuck my current alchemist's builds. Can we live with that? And then on Friday's stream, we'll you know, maybe we'll start off the stream by doing that just so that it doesn't end up falling by the wayside again. Although if we get another sub, then we will have a bonus stream, so we could do that tomorrow. Just throwing it out there. Let's see here. I thought we had a crafting order for this guy, but looks like we don't. All right, so handily, this is one of my alchemists, so we can go ahead and get started with the alchemy. Firehead, you're saying you've made 300k gold in the past few days through sniping twink gear and farming it. This prob's the most successful gold farm I've done outside of current expansion. Yeah. So that's what I was saying, right? Like you can make stupid amounts of gold with flipping very easily. Hey, thanks for the tier 1 sub, Bipolar. Very much appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Yeah, extra stream. All right, fine. So we'll do an extra stream tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll do the alchemy from scratch. Today we'll wrap up stream a little bit here, But first, I do want to spend some time on alchemy because I did promise everyone. I don't want to clickbait people. Thank you again, Bipolar. We are so much closer to getting me a new headset. Oh, and look at that, Bipolar! You actually managed to beat the stream boss. Good stuff. All right, so we have a new stream boss to beat, Bipolar Taco. Heck yeah. Be honest with me, chat. Does anyone care about the stream boss? Because I thought it would be super fun. But I don't know if anyone actually cares. I don't know why we came back to the engineering table. We've got this is your first sub. Oh, thank you so much. I'm honored that I made the cut. You don't know how the stream boss works? Well, so I have a handy dandy little summary on the BRB stream, but we also have the !stream boss. Sorry, trying to type on an iPad while it's vertical while it's like standing up. Yeah, so there we go. We have the stream boss command, and basically the way it works is you do damage to the stream boss. Like each Twitch follow or YouTube sub does 5 damage. Wait. All right, I'm realizing I need to correct the text on this. Do I have? All right, you know what? Let's take a quick little break, and it'll also put the rules on screen for the stream boss. So it'll be a 2-for-1, and then we'll come back and get into Alchemy. All right. I promise I'm not going to push this off anymore. On the bonus stream we do this week, we'll do Alchemy from scratch. But we'll take a look at some Alchemy builds today itself, and none of these are going to be super high effort builds. So if you want to take what I'm doing with these characters and do it on a fresh character right after stream, you should be able to do that. It won't be an issue. And then tomorrow, I think we'll do the bonus stream tomorrow. I do need to check my calendar to see if I have anything on deck for tomorrow that I can't get out of. But otherwise, we'll do the bonus stream tomorrow, and we'll start off the stream it's going straight into Alchemy. CTEX doesn't talk to the Streamlabs bot anymore. Fair enough. If anyone has a right to be pissed off with the Streamlabs boss, it is with the Streamlabs bot. It's definitely CTEX. But okay, the instructions will be on the stream. Basically, just engaging with the stream, you'll be able to do damage to the Streamlabs to the stream boss, and then if you're the one to get the killing blow on the stream boss, you become the new stream boss, and people have to fight you. Is basically the spark notes of how that works. All right, let's throw to a quick break, and then we'll come back and get into Alchemy. All right, see you guys in a few. All right, and we are back. Welcome back, gang. Apologies, I don't know why the timer just never wants to work. But hopefully that gave you guys enough time to read up about the stream boss. Are we clear now? Oh, by the way, C-Tax, I forgot to mention, there's a bunch of, there's a couple more emotes. There's a couple new emotes as well that you guys have access to as subs. So if you want to check those out as well. And I think I also added some more, a couple more like channel point rewards. So probably worth checking those out as well. Is that one? 1 second. Wait, because I can't see it on the app and I can't see it on my other chat. Does that emote show properly for you guys? In like on where are we? Oh, I think I have chat emotes, the animated emotes not enabled, and I don't know how to how to enable them. Oh no, you gotta go. We were just about to start Alchemy as well. It's my fault for dragging so long with this. But okay, yeah, check out the VOD later. And I'll try and add timestamps to the YouTube VOD today. Just because I've actually started taking notes of like what time we talk about what at. So yeah, so you can check it out there. And if you are on YouTube, drop a like, drop a YouTube sub, drop a comment, pretty please. C-Tax, I feel bad asking you to do any more than you've already done. But yeah, I need all the love I can get. All right, we have one last crafting order that we're gonna do, and then we'll spend some time on alchemy. But yeah, I mean the bulk of the alchemy stuff we'll probably also do on tomorrow's bonus stream. Firehead found a cloak for 1k gold on a server, sold it on Bleeding Hollow for 50k. It makes it so good because a lot of people don't know the real value of the items. Yeah, dude, that's so much of this game. You can make so much gold if you just know what items are supposed to be priced for. Oh, damn it. Did this person cancel the crafting order right as we logged over for it? I suppose I can't really be mad at them just because of the fact that I did take a long while to actually log over. So it is kind of more on me than them, but it's still annoying that we logged over just to do it and they cancel the order. Back to that character we go, I guess. Do I have alchemy on my second account on any of these characters? I think it's just 2 characters on my main account that have alchemy, so I can't have them both logged in, and we can't really like mess around with builds on both of them at the same time. Oh, this guy got a bunch of patron orders. Jeez, check that out. I want to do a tailor that specializes in bags as well. Now, I don't know which of, I think there's only like 2 or 3 of the bags that I actually want. And I believe that's the leatherworking one. This one. Because 90 resourcefulness is lit. Right? We want this. So that one I know I want. Oh, and the blacksmithing one would be nice to have, but is it cheap? It's not cheap. All right, no, I don't want the blacksmithing one. Screw that. Jewel crafting, I'm not really doing any crushing. Oh, the enchanting one I want as well because it's nice and cheap as well. The engineering one trashed here. Tailoring. I've not really done any unraveling on anyone, so meh. Could take it or leave it, really. Though I think there's still good gold in unraveling. Is anyone in chat unraveling? Because I know a lot of people are making a whole bunch of gold with unraveling. I have yet to make any gold with it, just because I haven't bothered to like sit down and do it. I mean, the same way, like I tried setting up the bracer shuffle, right? Where basically what you do is you craft these blue crafted bracers, super cheap. And then you disenchant them on a tune that is spec'd heavily into disenchanting. But I set everything up, and then I just haven't sat down and done it because I find it boring. I find the bulk of those shuffles a little bit too boring for my own taste. And with disenchanting in specific, my main issue is that I have to sit there like spamming a key to disenchant, which I don't like doing, and so I don't end up doing it. But there's still really good gold in there, and I could actually make even more gold off of it because of the fact that I am buying stupid amounts of enchanting materials, right? It's been a while it's been a couple days since I last checked, but I know we were looking at it the other day, and it was in the like millions that I had spent on storm dust. I thought this dude had a bunch of crafting orders. Are people just not? Why are people telling me that they are sending me orders when they're not? Am I just making them wait too long? That may be what's going on. We need an automated disenchant. I mean, look, I'd be down for it, but I don't know how many people are going to agree with me. Simply because of the fact that do I want to use? Should probably be using. Dude, it's wild. It's wild that I can provide a missive for this person, because I could look up what class they are. I could really screw this person over because I can see that they're a demon hunter, and I could figure out what the worst stats are for them and throw a missive on there and just really screw them over. I'm not going to do it because, again, I'm a nice guy and I don't like... I try not to do mean things on stream. Honestly, if he had tipped more, I would have probably crafted this at rank 4 for him. But he's tipped me 400 gold, and I'm mainly doing it for the skill points. So I'm not going to feel too bad about that. Yeah. Not much else to say there, really. TSM destroy with checkboxes would be fine. So I mean, right? Like Trade Skill Master would only be able to add that into it as a feature if the base Blizzard interface did it. Because there's no shot that Blizzard's ever going to add a feature that you can only access through an add-on, right? Like that wouldn't really make sense. Yeah, but I mean the same way that they allow us to like mass mill things, and heck, even within enchanting itself, you have the like shatter essence. Theoretically, they could just add another one of these that like allows you to select a crafted item. But I think their whole thing is that disenchanting is supposed to be very like intentional, right? Because they don't want you to bulk disenchant a bunch of items by mistake. And so I think that's why they haven't done it, and that's why they're kind of okay with disenchanting being something that you have to like hit the button every time you actually want to disenchant something. And I think that's probably why we don't see mass disenchant anytime soon. Though I may be wrong. I think it was an easier sell with things like prospecting and milling because of the fact that by definition you're doing it in bulk. Whereas with disenchanting, I think Blizzard, their main idea is still that like it's, you know, you farm up and you very thoughtfully disenchant pieces of gear you don't need. I don't think they think about the fact that a lot of times what people are doing is that they're crafting items specifically to disenchant them in bulk. But then again, I don't know why I bother speculating about what Blizzard does or doesn't think about, because it's trying to understand Blizzard's thinking is never going to lead to anything insightful whatsoever. Firehead, do I stream, upload vids about raiding or PvP? Not really. This expansion, I've been doing a lot more delve stuff. We've been doing we've done some Zekvir, right? We've done some other delve stuff on stream, just because I'm having fun with the delves. And I think because people find it funny, the amount I like squeak and react to like losing health a whole bunch in the delves. At least I think so. I don't know. I may be wrong. Maybe you guys find it really annoying. And if that's the case, let me know in chat and try not to be too mean about it. But no, yeah, most of my content is gold making. We do some alt army stuff. I do some mount farming stuff. And I may do some delve stuff here and there, but by and large, you won't see too much in the way of PvP or like raiding stuff. I mean, you'll see me craft raid items. I don't know if that meets the threshold. You'll see me craft PvP gear. Does that does that scratch that itch at all? All right, we're finally hopping onto the Alchemist. I promise that we will not do any more crafting orders until we sort out the Alchemy, unless we get some engineering crafting orders, or I guess this guy's not going to get inscription crafting orders. Oh, that was the other thing that I was thinking that we would do on the stream today, because this guy's just about at the point that he can start crafting rank 3 missives. And when I was looking at it last night, there was a good amount of gold there. Oh, I forgot I unchecked all of literally every single freaking craft sim window, simply because of the fact that I was trying to make the interface cleaner for like a YouTube video. All right, so let's just re-enable most of these again. Oh. I didn't realize that, I forgot the fact that Craft Sim has this like record of all the like customer history. That's kind of cool. I don't know if it's any use to me, but yeah. So basically, what I was saying was on my scribe here, this guy's spec'd for missives, and my understanding is that today. And I think I'd figured out exactly how I'd do it as well. Yeah, we were going to craft one of these with concentration. Yeah, so I figured out all of this at literally 5 a.m. And then I was super terrified that my wife was going to realize that I wasn't in bed and start roasting me. And so I abandoned mission. I can't do that item. All right. But yeah, so basically, hold up. Wait a minute now. 241%, 250%, boom. Like that. Like that. Why is it saying... Okay, if we queue this up, that'll give us one more knowledge point, then we can max out flip and missives. And so the thinking is that we're going to get our profession equipment, right? Our blue profession equipment here, crafted on our main. We're not going to use concentration. We're going to have 30 points in here. And with that, ooh, look at that, boys. Look at that. Dude. Oh, and we use a mirror powder. We are now crafting rank 3 missives at a 26% profit margin. Yo, that's kind of lit. I'm stoked about this. And that's not even including the additional multi-craft that we'll get and the resourcefulness, right? We'll get, let's say, oh, I have the crappy rank 3 profession tool. Let's see how much, if we were to do a recraft. What was I saying? I need to do a recraft basically on his profession tool. To try and get this up to rank 5. I don't know if it's possible at all. And I would need to send it over to Torkago to see if that's even possible. All right, let's test this out. Guess we'll find out if it's even going to be possible to recraft this. 20 artisan security. We can probably get that from crafting or from patron orders, right? Am I doing anything dumb? No, we can just cancel the order if he's not able to craft it. I got excited because I saw the crafting order, forgetting that I just sent the crafting order to myself from my other account. I'm a moron, folks. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I don't think there's any salvaging it, right? I think we'd have to recraft it like 4 times. Dude. The best case scenario is that we recrafted at rank 3. Is that correct? That doesn't sound correct. That does not sound correct. I don't know why it's telling us to use a multi-craft here, because you can't proc multi-craft on a profession equipment, but... Firehead, do you still have to master in a weps or wep like or armor like classic? No, it's way more complicated than that. in vanilla, you had to pick weapons or armor, right? And that was it. And you learned different recipes and things like that. In Dragonflight / The War Within with the new profession system, not only do you need to specialize in either weapons or armor, I mean, eventually you'll be able to craft both, but to begin with, you'll need to pick one or the other, and then you'll also need to pick a specific type of armor or weapon. So for weapons, you'd pick like blunt weapons or like bladed weapons. And then you'd specifically go into like axes or swords, one-handers or two-handers, whatever it is. And you'd have to max out that, specialize into that, and then you can max out and branch out into the others. And similarly for armor, there's like different categories you can specialize into. Basically, you specialize into each individual slot. So you can be someone who just crafts headpieces or just crafts leg pieces or whatever. And then you'd have to work towards the other ones. Which I honestly much prefer the fact that the system works that way. Simply because of the fact that it means that more players are able to engage with the different systems, right? Because now, instead of the entire market being taken over by one of us, right? Instead, there's at least at the start of the expansion, there's enough variation that like, you know what I mean? On each server, at the very least, you'll have like 5 different characters that are able to make good gold with blacksmithing, because you'll have someone on the server who's good at crafting helms, someone on the server who's good at crafting legs, someone on the server who's good at crafting whatever. You know what I mean? I mean, Blizzard shot themselves in the foot, as they always did, because they left a couple of different ways that you could kind of exploit, and well, they left one major exploit that I know of. There's probably more, let's be honest. And they left some other degen stuff like the Artisan Security Shuffle, which if you don't know what that is, no point learning it. It's also pointless to do at this stage. I mean, it's not pointless, but it's just, I've never been a fan of it. But they left a bunch of ways that you could do some really degen stuff, some really janky stuff, to give yourself a bit of an advantage. So you may have been able to specialize into multiple things before other people had even specialized into one of them. And that's just poor design on Blizzard's part. All right, and I'm trying to just keep talking and hoping that you guys won't notice that after saying that I wouldn't hop characters to do another crafting order, we got another crafting order for 15,000 gold, and I can't say no to gold, so I decided to log over real quick. Yeah, so that's what we did. All right, let's actually hop back over to my alchemist, sort out the build for at least one of them, and then we'll take it from there. All right, I lied. Sorry, chat. I lied. We got one more crafting order, and the person's like messaging me. All right, it would be super rude. Can you imagine how upset you would be if you sent me a crafting order and I didn't do it for you right away? Come on, folks. Have some sympathy for this poor player who's waiting on their profession equipment. All right. I do promise we will do the alchemy right after this, though. Yeah, this person got lucky that I'm just gonna rank 5 their crafting order as a public order. Every time I'm like, all right, this is gonna be the last crafting order, someone else sends me another one. Did I agree to do this for this guy at 5 grand? Alexandria. Guessing that may be a she then. Ask her. I was gonna tell him that like, hey, usually I charge 15K, but I've got an entire stream waiting for me. So if I need to eat a bit of a loss, it is what it is. Just way more than you know, way more than you know. All right, 5K commission. It is what it is. We'll make our peace with it. It's fine. We'll survive another day. Dude, look at this. Look at this. In last week, which is just over, like, we downloaded the add-on like a week and a half ago. So technically I should be customizing this and like doing it that way. But in the last week alone, we've made 367,000 gold with crafting orders. Now do you guys see why I'm as like obsessed with crafting orders as I have been all stream? I mean, I feel like this entire stream has just been a giant advertisement for I guess I make up one last time. Touch nobody. Put your hands all up on me. Feeling sorry. Okay. At long last, we're finally going to do something with alchemy. The problem is I feel like I've built it up so much that I don't know if whatever we do with alchemy now is going to live up to the hype. So there's that. Yeah. I think I had figured out something that I was going to do with alchemy. Well, because I figured out, if you guys remember from the stream the other day, I figured out that for alchemy we could make good bank with the PvP potions, right? And I laid out the whole build. I explained exactly what we would do, how we would do it, right? All of that fun stuff. I did all that on stream. And then I ended stream, didn't actually end up doing it. And then the next time I checked, it wasn't profitable anymore. And so that was really dumb of me. Yeah, I don't think there's much more to say than that. It was just dumb of me. But so since then, I haven't really been able to make anything else work. I mean, this is what my alchemy build is looking like right now, right? I max out flasks. Why? Not entirely certain. I mean, I think my original plan was that I would just use that for Flask of Alchemical Chaos. And my thinking was that we would craft these at rank 2 and sort of make a little bit of gold that way. Right? That was the thinking. We've not been able to make that actually work yet. I think there is a world in which I can make it work. I just don't know how. because we are a while away from it. Now the file of true sites, these were profitable at one point, where we would use rank 1 mats and we could craft the rank 1 potions, or the rank 1 files super cheap. And that worked really well because the fact that this item is one of the few cases in which the rank 1 sell for a good amount of gold as well, because the bulk of the benefit that you get from using this file, you get with the rank 1, which is that you can see the camouflage mining and herbalism nodes, right? Using the rank 2 gives you more perception, but for 90% of cases, you're probably, if you can save a little bit of gold, right? If you want to be a little cheap, you'll get the bulk of the benefit the rank 1s as well. And so that's why we were making gold with these. The problem is that's kind of gone out the window because the price on these have dropped too far. And I would assume that that's because people have min-maxed their alchemy, right? They probably have, what do you call it? Like another 150, I think, multi-craft you can probably get on here. And then they probably have more multi-craft from here. They probably have, I think it's a 35 that you get the max multi-craft from each of these trees. So they probably have their 35 here. They have their 35 here. And they have their 35 here. And then they're probably also farming their own herbs. Are there any other excuses I can give for how people are making this profitable? Yeah, they're farming their own herbs. They're botting. They're hacking the Blizzard servers and giving themselves more gold. All right, so that's how you make gold with alchemy, folks. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, so the File of Tree site doesn't seem like it has much in the way of ways for us to like make profit with it, right? Am I being dumb? Am I missing anything? Yeah, I think rank 35 you're gonna need for the multi-craft, rank 40 in this one, and everything else. You got the file spillover, right? You got the better profession equipment, and you got the okay, see, yeah, there we go. That's how you make 21% on this. Yeah. So, if you had a bunch of knowledge points, which, again, I don't think you can have this many knowledge points unless you've literally been on top of all of your patron orders and you shuffled, right? You shuffled, you're on top of your patron orders. I think you would still need to have probably let's roll this back and see if there's a way that we can make this work. At this point, I kind of almost feel like 40 points into here, and then what else do we have? What the hell is this? All right, that's Firehead. I guess that's more to your interest. It looks like this is a flipping type item, right? The heroic hero gear. What class do I main? I main a monk. Yeah, I main a monk, man. Anytime I try and play anything else, it doesn't end up going super well. I'll mess around with my mage every now and then, just because that's the only other character I have at level 80. I enjoy playing my Death Knight a little bit, and Paladin's kind of fun too. I like my Warlock. Warlock Hunter's also just got a special place in my heart just because I played those since vanilla. What were we saying on this? We were saying that what was the thing that actually was the game changer for getting us to 20% profit? Because I thought it was the profession equipment, but it doesn't seem like that's the key. It seems like I think just having a bunch more knowledge points invested here. And so I have 22 more knowledge points. I'm wondering where I spend those to get the most bang for my buck. Because even if I had the blue profession equipment, I would still be 78 skills short if the goal is crafting these at rank 2, which is what that looks like. Yeah, I think basically we need to be able to craft these at rank 2 to turn a profit on these. So that's sort of a dead end there. What else could we do in terms of files? What am I missing? All right, I think at this point, let's look at recipe scan. And I know we've done this a bunch of times on stream, but I think it's never gonna hurt to figure out how exactly you find things that are going to be profitable to craft, right? Because I think whatever profession you're looking at, this is sort of what you kind of need to do to figure out how to how, like where you go from here, like where you go with any profession, right? So using the recipe scan feature of CraftSim is a good starting point. And already we can see these flasks of tempered versatility. We just figured out a little build, boys. Here we go. So these, if the prices hold on the flask of tempered versatility, which I think they kind of should, right? We can craft these at rank 1 using rank 1 materials. All right, this guy doesn't have a bunch of points. Well, I mean, I suppose this guy does have more points than you would if you just started from scratch. But my point is the points that actually count, not that many. Although I may be lying to you again. Because looking at the table here, it does look like he has about 80 knowledge points. And that's what's spent. Plus we have another 22. Right? So it may take a little bit of catch up. It may take some painful patron orders and things like that to get to this point. But it's entirely doable. And the cool thing is, are there any other examples here? I think this is the most profitable one by far. But okay, so what we could do, we're gonna simulate flash spillover, because again, most things you're gonna want to craft in such bulk that you're going to be able to scalably profit from things. But essentially, we have another 22 knowledge points. Now, the breakpoints that we're looking at, essentially putting 5 points into any of these is kind of low-key worth it, simply because of the fact that you'll have, you'll get more secondary stats. Now, keep in mind, this guy's making 16% profit with the green profession equipment, not even with the blue profession equipment. And I don't plan on grabbing Alchemy blue profession equipment anytime soon, because this guy's focused on inscription. Alchemy is just sort of like a bonus profession here, right, for the purposes of this tune. When we do our bonus stream tomorrow, where we do when we do Alchemy from scratch, is when we will look at actually maining and like putting all of our artisan's acuity towards Alchemy. But for this guy, it kind of helps the case that he doesn't have the blue profession equipment, because it means that it's cheaper to get to this point, right? You'll get to 100 Alchemy pretty easily. You just have to craft a bunch of flasks or yeah, I don't think the potions give you quite as much skill till as high of a level. You'll need to do some research. You'll need to learn a flask, and then you'll just craft that flask to 100. Is it going to be painful and expensive? A little bit, yes. I'm not going to lie to you all about that. I'll lie to you about other things. But with just green profession equipment, which also shouldn't be super expensive to get, right? Like you can pick these up for, what is it, 1,000, 2,000, I mean 5,000 gold, let's say, for the green profession equipment, you'll be fine, right? And then probably like, it really depends on how lucky you get or whatever with the what do you call it? The experimentation system, as far as how much it costs you to actually level up the profession. I think we said flask of tempered versatility, right? This is the one. And I do have a sneaking suspicion though that it may just be profitable, simply because of the fact that the prices are a little inflated for it right now. But either way, you can tinker around with these, and again, you shouldn't blindly be doing the build that I'm showing you. You should be instead seeing how I'm thinking about it and figuring out your own build based off of that. But okay, let's say we get to 40 points here, and we're doing that so that we get the 15 multi-craft, right? We'd want to put at least 5 points into each of these two trees. And the reason we're doing that is because at 5 points invested, you get 15 resourcefulness. All right. As well as bonus skill. Now, the skill doesn't matter, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to craft the rank 1s as cheap as possible. So skill doesn't really make a difference in this equation. And we're a ways away from being able to guarantee these at a higher quality anyway. We're just crafting these as cheaply as possible at rank 1. And to do that, we're going to use multi-craft, because that'll also bring down our crafting cost. And I mean, honestly, this is kind of the build. Job done, boss. Yeah, this is what I do. Hopefully I'll actually do it after the stream and not just talk about it on stream and then not get around to doing it myself. Now, my original plan for this dude was to craft these profession potions. I don't think there's any shot that we make any gold on these. On the File of Concentrated Ingenuity, just because they're so cheap already. 56 gold doesn't give us much room, right? The other one, the only reason we're able to make some profit on those is because of the fact that we have a lot more gold going into it. Sorry, Firehead, let me catch up here. Random tip, if you want to check your AH for easy flip when it comes to twink gear, look at eye level 141 and eye level 82 gear. And if there are sockets on them, it will go for a good bit of gold. Only legs, chest, neck, and headpieces don't sell. Is that because people are using heirlooms? Or is there another reason why those slots in particular don't sell particularly well? Cheapest socketed gear goes for 15k gold. Good stuff. Not bad. I mean, I remember people would also do the same thing with like BOEs that roll speed, right? You can also sell those for a whole bunch of gold, can't you? I know that a lot of people made a lot of gold during like Shadowlands and Dragonflight, I think for the past couple of expansions. Ever since you could roll speed on gear, people would pay a good bit for those. But okay, so I think this dude, I think mainly his focus is going to be, we'll probably still use our concentration on the Flask of Alchemical Chaos just because that's the biggest like chunk, right? That's the single most expensive item that you can sell. But otherwise, I'm not mad at this build. This build that we've just cobbled together of using rank 1 materials and crafting rank 1 flasks of tempered versatility, I'm not mad at it. Because without even spending a single more knowledge point, we can already make 16% profit on this. And then if we have the flask spill over, what else am I missing? I feel like there is something else that I'm missing. We have 22 points. I think what we need to do is go 5 points in here, 5 points in here, and then like 17 points in here. And I think 17% that's probably about where we want to be. Right? Am I being dumb? Also, is Twitch chat dead, or is no one saying anything? Rather, is no one saying anything in Twitch chat, or do we have a technical issue that I'm not picking up on? If you're watching on Twitch, drop a message in chat, please. I just realized it's been a little bit since we got a message there, and I'm not sure if it's a technical issue. Mostly people twink 29 and 20 now, and TBC gear is mostly what people use for twinking. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably the build, right? Is there anything else? Skill point is fine. Are any of these cheap enough that it would make sense to throw them on? 9%. Nope. Well, we're not using concentration, so we're not going to use that. -4%, -7%. Nah. All right, so those aren't finishing reagents we want to use. But yeah, I mean, this is the build. Oh, something happened to my audio right then. Yeah, this is the build. This is I would say this is the easiest to access alchemy build. Is it sexy? No. Is anyone really gonna feel great about crafting rank 1 flasks with rank 1 materials and basically crafting the crappiest version of this item possible? Not entirely, no. Can you make a stupid amount of gold with this? Yeah, for sure. And that's sort of what I keep saying, right? You don't need to always focus on the sexy thing. Crafting rank 3, right? Really min-maxing and being super optimized. In a lot of cases, in gold making in the War Within, the way you min-max is being able to craft things as cheaply as possible. And most often that'll be with using rank 1 materials. And if you can guarantee rank 2s, I mean, then you're almost certainly making profit. But usually to do that, you would need to have a lot of knowledge points invested, and you probably need a decent amount of skill, and you need to be a little bit min-maxed to do that. So if you can find an item like this, that you can use rank 1 materials, craft at rank 1, and sell for a decent enough profit, jump on it. Jump on it. Don't be like me. Don't wait around. Don't talk about it on stream and then forget to do it. And the next time you check the market, it's sold out, right? Yeah. But yes, I mean, that's one little build that you can do. I will hop onto another one of my alchemists real quick just to see if I can salvage their build as well. I think I'm clear on this one. It's the flask of versatility, we said, right? For Aghog, which is my warlock. And then we'll see what we do for my hunter. Okay, let's see if we're logged in yet. We are. All right, we'll do this real quick because then I need to log over and do some more crafting orders. But okay, so on this guy, I mean, I think probably the point that we're gonna reach is exactly the same as we did last time, which is probably that the honor flasks are going to be the move. But let's double check it all the same, right? Can he do anything with the flask of alchemical mastery? If we use all rank 2 materials, we're just shy of being able to guarantee it at rank 2. If we use all rank 2 materials, we can now craft it at rank 2, but it's still not profitable. And I think that's just because anyone who's crafting these at rank 3 has probably exploited or been really sweaty about getting all of their knowledge points. And so this is probably the build that they're working with, right? Is fully points invested and they're okay taking a 10% margin. I'm not okay with any of that. I'm not here for that. So I'm not going to do that. But the Vicious Flask of Honor, we probably need to be min-maxed here as well. And it looks like even if we had full skill points here, we'd need a lot more in order to do this with any meaningful, and even then it's not profitable. Right, so the Vicious Flask of Honor farm is kind of gone to us. We'll do the same thing real quick and see if we use rank 1 materials. Is there anything that's really profitable? It's the same. Flask of Tempered Versatility, right? The numbers are a little bit different, but not all that different. And I think there's a good chance that potentially this dude also goes the same build. Because he can get better margins on most of these items, so despite having less skill. Yeah, and his engineering. This dude's balling when it comes to Artisan's Acuity. He's got 2 engineering tools, all right? That's how hard this guy balls. So the rest of the Artisan's Acuity we have, I think we can basically just pump into Alchemy, which means we can get the multi-craft tool, right? We can have fun with it. But unfortunately, I think, yeah, this guy's also going to end up with the exact same build as we just came up with for the other alchemist. Let's see if we optimize for max quality. Is there anything here that jumps out to us? I guess he could do these. The Vicious Flask of Classical Spirits. If we do Flask Spillover, that gets us to 9%. And then we basically just need another like 45 points to bring it to 10% margin. I mean, honestly, this is why I don't do much alchemy, is because the margins are just kind of slim, right? I believe 10% margins for alchemy are considered pretty decent. I don't know for a fact because I don't spend that much time on alchemy. But I think that's considered fairly decent margins for alchemy. I'm not certain. I mean, outside of concentration, right? Concentration's sort of just broken in terms of comparing concentration to margins on anything is going to be wacky. But yeah. All right, gang. I'm starting to yawn despite the fact that I just had we started the stream with a Red Bull, with an unnamed energy drink. So we covered alchemy a bit, but we'll go more in depth, and mainly we'll be looking at some of the other trees. I'm still afraid of the thaumaturgy tree. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, But if you guys want me to, then I can look into that. Let me know in the comments or chat, and I'll cover that. But I think most likely the builds that we're going to go for tomorrow are going to be potions. And I have another little build that I want to try out on this item right here. The bubbling mycobloom culture. Right? And I think we may try and do a little bit of a build with this. And see if we can't figure out a way to make some gold with this. But that's tomorrow's stream's thing to focus on. Welcome in, everyone. I see we have a bunch more people joining us on the YouTube vertical stream. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Drop any questions in chat. But that said, we are going to actually wrap up the stream here. Oh, we didn't do a mailbox opening. Okay, we do that and then end the stream. All right. Because we actually do have a decent bit of mail in our mailbox for today's opening. So, all right, that's what we're gonna do to wrap up the stream, and we'll do cross realm mailboxes on tomorrow's stream. But for now, we'll do the profession equipment, because I talk so much about the profession equipment that I want you guys to see that, like, day in, day out, I'm selling a boatload of it, because that is still my number one go-to recommendation for anyone looking to make gold, is craft the green profession equipment, right? It's cheap, it's easy to get into, it scales really well because you can very easily now sell it cross realm and make a boatload of gold with it. The margins are great, right? They're super simple to set up. It's also handy for whatever other profession builds you want to do later on, because you can then craft your own profession equipment for your own alts, which is also a great little gold maker. But okay, we're on our first banker. We are down to 34.1 million gold. The first mailbox that we're opening here is about 185,000 gold, right? And this is just all green crafted profession equipment and like a day and a half's worth of sales. As you can see, it's just all green crafted profession equipment. I did not cancel scan on any of these. I've just been posting this when it expires. I post it back up. This is on Illidan, North America, which is one of the fullest servers in the world. And so as a result, if you're playing on any server that is less populated than that, your numbers should hopefully look better because you'll have less competition. You may have a little bit less in sales, but guess what? That also means you'll be able to sell your items for more. And if you are on a high pop server and you feel like you're getting undercut a whole bunch, create an allied race, check out my guide on that. Yeah. So that got us to 34.279 million gold. Now for the big opening, and hopefully this does get us back over 37 million gold, because Monday's stream we didn't quite make back all of our gold there. So there's that. All right, while we're waiting to log in, we'll see if this guy has any crafting orders that he can get to. I wish I could pretend I didn't need you. What is cancel scanning? You've heard it before, but just don't know what it is. Yeah, sure. So I can show you real quick. But basically what cancel scanning is that a lot of times on the auction house, when you post items up, you will get undercut, right? Where someone will post after you and they'll post it for cheaper. And so one of the things that you may want to do, let's cancel the auctionator scan real quick here. We were supposed to do an auctionator guide as well on stream today, but we just got too distracted with how much gold we were making with patron orders. But okay, here's a very simple example, right? I have all these auctions posted. The problem is that I posted them a couple of hours ago, right? So at this point, someone would have undercut me. So if we take one of those items, you will see that we have these posted here, but obviously all of these people have undercut us. And so these are most likely not going to sell and will just expire. Now, if we had enough inventory, we would just post new ones at the top here, but it's probably not realistic. And so you can use an add-on like Auctionator, which has a simple interface for that, or you can use an add-on like Trade Skill Master, which will allow you to do what's called a cancel scan, which is this right here. And it will basically just cancel any auction that I've either been undercut on or that I undercut myself. which means that I can then repost those auctions for at a lower price. I just realized this is going to destroy my mailbox opening, or at least not destroy my mailbox opening, but delay it by a couple seconds at the very least. So sorry, but yeah, that's what cancel scanning is in a nutshell, Firehead. Hopefully that helps. Okay, so, these got returned. It's literally from when I leveled up enchanting on this too. But okay, our first mailbox is 2.5 million gold. Give me 1 second. I just can't say no to all these crafting orders. There's too much gold. Ah. Okay, do we have the right shot for the vertical stream? Vertical stream viewers, let me know. Can you see all the gold? Can you see the items? Are we happy with this? Okay. So, that seems like it looks decent enough. We are at 34.3 million gold. Our first mailbox, we have 2.6 million gold. Let's go ahead and start opening up our sales. And you'll see these are mainly enchants, right? That's the main thing I've been selling is enchants, armor kits. You'll see some like razor stones and some things like that in there, some contracts, right? Mainly consumables. This chick just focuses on selling region-wide auction house stuff. This is the only character that I will run cancel scans for. But this is also where the bulk of my profits end up coming in just because the volumes are so much larger on the region-wide auction house. You'll see some random items like thunderous drums, right? Some convincingly realistic jumper cables, things like that. You'll see some of those as well. But that's where the bulk of my gold is coming in from on a week-to-week basis. And also the numbers that she's seeing are going to be a bit higher today because we had reset yesterday. And so that's what's going on there. And our next mailbox is another 831,000 gold, which means we are going to smash our previous record of 37 million gold liquid. We are going to hit 37.5 million gold. So there we go, gang. That's a new record. And we got Brittany Brunel with the YouTube sub as well. So thank you for that, Brittany Brunel. But there we go, new record, 37.6 million gold. That is the most gold I've had in a while, well, ever. On the other stream, we hit 37.1 million gold, I think, was the last record. Monday stream, we were down a bit just because I didn't spend too much time playing this weekend. But we're back over, and we're dude, hold up. That means I made 600,000 gold in profit between Monday and Wednesday. So yeah. But okay, we hit our new record of 37.6 million gold, which means that we've made about 600,000 gold in profits between Monday and today. So yeah. If you wanted to know whether or not I know what I'm talking about when it comes to gold making, hopefully that kind of gives me some credit there. All right. With that said, I think that's as good a point as any to end the stream. Since we did get some subs on Twitch today, we do have the bonus stream that will be happening this week. Most likely tomorrow. I'm like 90% certain it'll be tomorrow. But I'll let you know. The best way to keep track of that is probably to join the Discord, and I'll try and send a message there. But I also update people on things via Twitter, and I've been scheduling my events on YouTube as well. So if you follow on YouTube, you should be able to set up a little notification for yourself there for whenever we go live. And whenever we do the bonus stream, most likely tomorrow, we are going to do Alchemist starting at absolutely 0 skill, or like 1 or 2 skill, just because I did the Dark Moon Fair on a couple of my characters. All right, it's not going to impact anything. It's not going to change anything. But we'll do basically Alchemist straight from 0. And we'll do it on 2 different characters so that I can show off 2 different builds. And what I would do if I was starting professions right now, right from the ground level. We're not going to do anything degen like Artisan's Acuity shuffling or any of that kind of stuff. Just realistically, in like however long the stream is, like 2 or 3 hours, how much gold can you actually make? Start churning out on a character with like 2 or 3 hours of setup. All right, so that's the plan for the bonus stream. Please do tune in for that. If you enjoyed the stream, please drop a subscribe. Right, if you're watching on Twitch, consider using your Twitch Prime or subbing to the channel. It really, really helps me out. And if enough of y'all subscribe, I can finally replace this janky headset that has the broken microphone dangling off the side. Right. Firehead on YouTube, you're saying, dang, I didn't realize you're swimming in gold. Yeah, if only I could buy a headset with gold, we would be in a much better position, but I can't. That's where I need you guys to help me out with subs and bits and whatever. Yeah, but if you're not watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, please drop a subscribe, right? Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It really helps me out. Drop a like on the video, right? Leave a comment, drop a message in chat. Do the things, right? I feel like all of us are on the internet enough these days to know what all the things are, right? The comment, like, subscribe, follow. What am I missing? Right? Do the things. Show your boy some love. With that said, we're gonna wrap up here. Thank you to everyone. We got 2 subs today. Bipolar Taco, thank you so much for the sub. And we had one more sub. If I was better at being a streamer, I would remember who that was, but I'm not. So give me I think Master Louis as well, right? Yeah, Master Louis, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Very, very much appreciate both of y'all. Appreciation to the people who subbed on YouTube. And I don't know if we had any followers on today's stream, but yeah, thank you everyone for everything. All right, have fun out there. Stay safe. May the RNG gods be ever in your favor, and may you guys all make a bunch of gold. Hopefully, somewhere in all of the nonsense that I've been spewing for the past 4 hours, there was something helpful that will help you guys earn some more gold, because that's the whole reason I'm doing all this. So anyway, that said, I will most likely see you guys tomorrow. Otherwise, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, right? So Friday is our next stream, our next scheduled stream, and I will see all of you beautiful people then. Please do come back for it. All right. I love having repeat viewers. I love when people are active in chat. And we're going to wrap up here. And I'm actually going to remember to raid another channel. So if you have any suggestions for raids, you can use channel points to direct the raid. Otherwise, just drop a message in chat and we'll figure out who we're raiding based off of that. All right. Thank you, everyone. Oh, and thank you for the follow, BB89. Very much appreciate it. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good time out there. And I need to find someone to raid. I'll see who we do that to. All right. Thanks, folks. And whoever we do raid, stick around, right? Say hello. Let them know I sent you. Use my emote. We have the stupid, me doing this stupid thumbs up thing, right? Whenever we raid, let's be polite. Let's look nice. And let's use my emote. All right. Take care, everyone. Good luck out there. Have fun. And I will see you guys most likely tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.